Let me get my headphones together. All right. Headphones so I can hear y'all and it ain't no back noise. All right. Okay, I got the headphones together. Okay. All right, so today, thank you guys for being here. Today, we're going to talk about, there was a Zoom meeting. Hold on. I need that to be quiet now. There was a Zoom meeting to prepare Haitians for what to do regarding TPS. So we're gonna watch it. I recorded it, but we're gonna watch it together. I didn't watch it yet, so we're gonna watch it together and discuss. You know what I mean? We're gonna see what they talking about. All right, looks like I am live. Okay. Just checking things out here. Okay, just getting things together, letting people come in the room. Hi, everybody. Let me start saying hello to people. Wait 1 second. I'm trying to get it all together. All right. Y'all start liking and sharing the live, you know. And let's see what we can make it do now. Okay. Let's see. That's fine. Okay. I'm waiting on President Divine. Is you up here? Hold on. I don't even know. Yeah, let's see. Let's get President Divine up here. Okay. Let me let my big sis Kiesha know that we live, because I was supposed to be live earlier. It sound like President Divine is here. I think I heard a sound. I thought I heard a sound. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can be heard.
Okay. Okay, just checking. All right, let's see if we can get my big sis up here, because I know she was waiting. I was taking forever. We were supposed to go live at 8 o'clock. So let me put up the flyer of what we're going to talk about. Why is this in my way? What is this? Start show. What is this? I be so confused. Okay, I don't want this. Why is TikTok on a computer so daggone confusing? Why? I don't want this in my way. Now it's covering up things it wasn't covering up before. Come on, man. Okay. Get this about the way. So what is this? I want to see the tools. Come on. Why? No, I don't want to do that. Guys, I can't even see. Okay, I think I accepted her because it's all in the background. I can't even see what's going on. Lord. Okay, is that Kiesha? Yeah, do your daily heart me's while I try to figure this out, because we here today to talk about there was a Zoom meeting. We're gonna listen to this Zoom meeting that was for Haitians for TPS, and we're gonna see what they was in there talking about. Okay. We gonna see what they was in there talking about. Okay. All right. We got something going on here. And I want this to be big. Yes. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Image. Okay. Close that. All right. Get back to my image. All right. Bring it to the front. Okay. So this was the flyer that I saw. Okay. This was the flyer that I saw. So I was like, I want to know what they talking about. You know what I mean? So this is what we are here to listen to today. Let's see. Let's see if I could. How could I do this? I want to put both up, and we're gonna let's get the video popping. Okay, bring that to the front. Kiesha, you there? Just want to make sure I can hear you.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, perfect, perfect. Okay, we getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay, is it gonna let me extend my displays again? Oh no! Get out of that. Get out of that. Okay, display settings. All right. Okay. All right. So let's start with the video and see what they was talking about, because this is going to be the first time that all three of us have heard this. Let's see if I can go this way a little bit. All right, let's put, should I put it down here, guys? But then it's going to be in the chat. No, that's not good. Let's put it back up here. All right, and then maybe I'll just go this way. Put that up there. All right, so let's see what they talk about. What? It's covering up my thing again. I wish I could see what I'm dealing with over here. I seem to fix things, and then TikTok does what the heck it want to do. Like, I don't understand. Move this thing so I can toggle between the screens. Okay. This is crazy. Live show. Okay. All right. Fine. That's what you want. That's fine. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Maybe I could play the video while I figure all this other back stuff out. Oh, but it won't let me play the video. Okay. All right. Let's play the video.
To speak briefly, cleaning staff contribute.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Sorry, I had it on mute. So I missed like a couple seconds, so we not too late on the video. Okay, so I'm gonna play, so but don't feel like you missed too much. It was only like maybe 30 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna play now.
Cleaning staff contributing millions to our economy at the federal, state, and local level. I want to acknowledge the enormous response to this call, which was put together very quickly because the situation demanded it. Thank you all who made this happen, and to my many colleagues from government and the not-for-profit sector and the employment sector who are joining us today. We have several who are going to speak, but let me first turn to my Director of Constituent and Community Affairs, Christine Fields-Amé, to speak briefly about our office's continued advocacy on behalf of the thousands of Haitian Americans in our district and tens of thousands in the New York metropolitan area. Commitment to do everything we can to help our neighbors remain in our country, continue their work, and remain in the United States if at all possible. Christine will also describe the housekeeping details of the Zoom, and we appreciate everyone being here. So Christine, I turn it over to you. And Hannah, can you please unmute Christine? Oh, she's unmuted. There she is.
Good evening, everyone. So thank you all so much for being here with us tonight. I know many of you had a lot of questions, a lot of uncertainty, and a lot of fear over the last several weeks. So before anything else, I just want to thank everyone for joining us. So yes, my name is Christine Fizeme. I'm the Director of Constituent Services and Community Affairs for Senator Shelley Mayer. And as a proud Haitian American, tonight's conversation is especially meaningful to me. Being Haitian in this office means a lot. It means when the community calls or walk through our doors or stop me after any events, it's not just stories I'm hearing, it's like I'm seeing my own community. And so since the Supreme's decision, I've sat with people who shared some really heartbreaking stories, met with individuals whose families lost their jobs almost immediately after the Supreme Court decision. And since this issue began unfolding, our office has remained committed to making sure the Haitian community has access to reliable information. We've hosted 3 events focused on supporting our Haitian community, including Know Your Rights workshops and the United Westchester Haitian Rally, because we believe our community deserves to be informed, supported, and heard during moments like this. Tonight is a continuation of that commitment. And so I also want to take a moment to thank Senator Shelley Mayer. As soon as this decision came, she wanted to make sure our community had a space to ask questions and hear directly from trusted organizations and experts. So Senator, I thank you so much for making tonight's Zoom possible. And so before we begin, just a few housekeeping items. Because this forum came together very quickly in response to the events, we were unfortunately weren't able to secure a full interpreter for this evening. So we just appreciate your understanding, but please keep your microphones muted and your cameras turned off throughout the presentation so we can just minimize distractions. If you have any question at any point during the program, please type it in the Zoom chat. If it's easier for you to write the question in Creole, you can write it in Creole. I can translate it. We also received several questions during registration, so we'll begin the Q&A with those before moving to the live questions in the chat. We might not be able to get to every question tonight, but we'll do our best to answer as many as we can. At the end of tonight's forum, we will also share contact information for each of our offices. And each of our offices, there's Haitian staff available who can assist with translation and interpretation if you need that support, okay, after this evening. So thank you all again for joining us. It truly means a lot to see many of the members of our community here tonight. And now it's my pleasure to just turn it back to Senator Mayer.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you very much. Yes, we were hoping you can do what you want with your camera, but we are trying to minimize distractions because we have so many participants. Let me now turn it over to my leader in the state Senate, Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, who represents all of Yonkers, where we have a significant Haitian American community, as well as basically the entire state of New York as the leader of the New York State Senate, a champion for our...
So y'all are saying that something's wrong with the volume? Y'all want me to turn the volume down a little bit? Hold on. Child, come on. Y'all asking a lot. Video. Okay. How's my volume? My volume is good?
Yeah,
Yours is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the video.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like.
Okay, so let's try it again, and then y'all tell me
cleaning
if
staff contributing millions to our economy at the federal, state, and local level.
how's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so let's start it over since y'all didn't understand anything. I didn't.
No, it's not. We didn't understand everything. Only certain words were coming out with that high
All right.
reverb.
Camera, but
Well, I don't. Well, it started it all the way from the
After-
beginning again. So I don't even know how it does that, but that's what it did. So let's try to go back.
At the end of tonight's
That's
forum,
about where she
we
was
will
at,
also
right?
share contact information for each of our offices. And each of our offices, there's Haitian staff available
Let me
who
put
can
it over
assist
here.
with translation and interpretation if you would need that support, okay, after this evening. So thank you all again for joining us. It truly means a lot to see many of the members of our community here today. And now it's my pleasure to turn it back to Senator Mayer.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you very much. Yes, we were hoping you can do what you want with your camera, but we are trying to minimize distractions since we have so many participants. Let me now turn it over to my leader in the state Senate, Senate Majority Leader Andre Stewart Cousins, who represents all of Yonkers, where we have a significant Haitian American community, as well as basically the entire state of New York as the leader of the New York State Senate, a champion for our brothers and sisters in the Haitian American community, someone who really recognizes this moment is a moment that requires leadership. So I'm so pleased she could co-host, and thank you, Majority Leader. I turn it over to you. And Christine, oh yes, you're unmuted. Very good.
No, thank you so much, Senator Mayer, for your office, the staff, and everyone who has a part in making sure that our communities are informed, certainly as these decisions come down. So I really thank you for organizing it. I see our congressman is on as well, and so many of our colleagues in government. And I think, as Christine mentioned, at a time like this, so many people are fearful when the highest court of the land decides that someone can arbitrarily rip your life away. It is a frightening time. So I think it's very important that the Haitian community, frankly, and the Syrian community and every other community that will be faced with arbitrary decisions in probably irrational ways, know that there is support on every level for them, every level of government and also organizations. We are very, very happy in New York to be a place where we stand up for our immigrant community, as evidenced by so much of the legislation that we have passed this year, the funding that we give to our communities to help reach the folks on the ground, and communities themselves that are incredibly responsive to situations such as this. So I know that we have partners here with the Haitian Bridge Alliance. I know that Neighbors Link is also a partner, and will be those some of those trusted voices that will give the answers. We all don't have all the answers. We're all watching it unfold like everyone else. But as Senator Mayer says, and I'm sure again the congressman will say, and every local official who understands that we're talking about human beings who contribute to our lives, contribute to the fabric of our communities, the strength of our communities, the economy of communities, the compassion of our communities, and we stand with you. So again, thank you so much, Senator, for hosting, and I look forward to, again, being a resource after tonight, and we will do what we can to make it make as much sense as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Majority Leader. I want to turn it over to our congressman from the 16th Congressional District, Congressman George Latimer, who, just so, and I think many of you know, and I'm sure he'll discuss the bill that would have changed this outcome, which passed the House and has not passed the Senate. And I think our experts will talk about that. George was obviously a co-sponsor, and I turn it over to you, Congressman Latimer.
Thanks, Shelley. I appreciate it. I'm joined tonight by Ellen Hendricks, who's with me here in my White Plains District office. Also online, Jeremy Hoffner, who is a legislative analyst based in D.C., who has helped on this issue. I want to give you sort of a sense of where the federal piece of this is. It is not good news. I always much rather deliver good news than bad news, but we have to be realistic to know where we stand, and then from there to take the action we have to take. Let me go backwards to go forwards. Congress passed legislation that created the TPS system back in 1990. And the intent was obvious, that there are circumstances by which temporary protection is needed to give for any number of reasons. And with that in place, the Haitian situation demand really rose in 2010 after a major earthquake. And we saw a rise in the need for those who were leaving Haiti and to find some respite here in the United States of America. That authority was extended by Congress a number of times I believe the maximum amount of time that Congress can extend the status is 18 months. So it was done on multiple number of times. And in so doing, it kept us up to the point at which the Trump administration took over. The Trump administration and the I'm not trying to be partisan, but the Trump administration and the Republicans that took over the government from stem to stern in 2005 after the 2024 election have been hostile to immigrants, people of color in every possible way. I'm not telling you what you don't know. An attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're nothing to do with immigrants, but there's a federal policy from this administration on that point. Today, we worked on issues that related to Delaney Hall, brought up to our attention by those in the advocacy community, because people are sweltering in this hot weather, stuck in Delaney Hall, not related to this issue, but indicative of this administration's philosophy and the legislators that support this administration. So Donald Trump, when he came into office in 2025, intended to end the TPS protection for Haiti and for Syrian individuals. We estimate it's about 350,000 Haitian individuals and about 6,000 Syrian individuals that are affected by this order. Now, there were two tracks that were involved at that time. I will defer to Shelley and others who are lawyers who can explain the legal track. Ultimately, a lawsuit was filed. It made its way to the Supreme Court. And on June 25th, by a sort of predictable 6-3 majority, the Supreme Court upheld President Trump's executive action to eliminate TPS protection for Haitian and Syrian individuals. Now, there is an alternate to the executive branch's authority, and that is action by the legislative branch. And that legislative branch then immediately went into action. First of all, in March of 2025, right after the decision was made by the Trump administration to end Haitian protection, there was a letter by our colleague Yvette Clarke, who is a Brooklyn representative, a member of the House. She's head of the Black Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus, and she sent a letter to Kristi Noem, which was signed by all of us, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries as leaders, Democratic leaders in both houses, myself, and nearly every Democrat you can think of signed opposing President Trump's rescission of TPS status. That was a letter to establish our policy back on March 25. I shared that letter with Shelley. She has it in her possession, and whatever follow-up her office does, she certainly can share that. I can share that with you as well. Separately, at that point in time, there was a bill that was filed, H.R. 1689. The lead sponsor is Laura Gillen, our colleague from Long Island, who has a Haitian population in her district, which would extend the Haitian TPS coverage for 18 months. Now, that 18-month provision would have begun in August of 2025. That's when the Trump executive order would have gone into effect. And at that point in time, in August of 2025, it would have extended for 18 months. A similar bill has passed many times before in the House. That bill had support from a wide variety of Democrats, but no Republican support. It languished in committee, bottled up by Republican leadership in the House. The Senate didn't see any need to act on it. So we used a tool that exists. I don't want to get too deep into legislative BS, but we established a discharge petition, which was signed by all 214 Democrats to take this bill and discharge it from the committees that it was being killed in by the House Republican leadership. The major break was that we had 11 Republican House members join us in that discharge petition. And when that occurred, it meant that the bill would come to the floor. And now every House member, Democrat or Republican, had to come out on the issue for or against the Haitian TPS. I admit it did not include the Syrian piece. The much larger piece was the Haitian piece. And obviously, I thought if we felt it was successful at one level, it might be successful at the other level. That discharge petition passed by vote of 224 to 204. And that was with 11 Republicans breaking ranks with their party to pass it. That happened on April 16th. That's the good news. One of the handful of times that we were able to break the Republican will. We did it on Epstein file release, and they found a way to get around that. We did it on ACA, Affordable Care Act, but the Senate hasn't moved on that. So in this case, we passed the bill, we sent it to the Senate. Senate has not taken up the bill as of this date. The concerns that you have are the mathematics and the reality of the way the Congress of the United States run. The Congress of the United States runs where if the Senate takes it up, and currently there are 53 Republicans on a straight party line vote, 53 Republicans vote no, the bill doesn't pass. Moreover, there is a filibuster capacity in which any number of senators can agree to extend debate on an unlimited basis. We're using the filibuster right now to stop them from passing the Save America Act, which is a hideous piece of legislation, and other bills of that nature. So it's the very same filibuster that works against us, even if we get to 51 votes in the Senate to pass the TPS Act. So Senate has not taken up the bill. That is bad news. I should point out that there's another bill, it's a little more broader, H.R. 1589, sponsored by Representative Sylvia Green in Texas. It is a bill that talks about many issues that relate to immigration reform. We call it the American Dream and Promise Act, and it's currently bottled up in the Judiciary and the Education Workforce Committees. In there is a path for citizenship for TPS individuals, which would be a bigger solution, a more broader solution. So when people say, well, what are you doing? We don't know what you're doing. We have the broader solution, which is the American Dream and Promise Act, and we have the immediate solution, which is the 18-month extension of the TPS. And in both cases, it isn't more complicated that we are in the minority. We don't have sufficient votes to be able to get the larger bill out. And in the Senate, we're in the minority and we're unable to get the bill done. We face a potential veto from the president, even if the bill gets passed in the Senate. But if it gets passed in the Senate, that means the political climate has changed enough, perhaps, for us to move in that direction. But the legislative fix is not coming in the short term. What Shelley said, Senator Mayer said a couple of minutes ago about we have to figure out how to help people. My office and the office of every other elected official on here, I see Nancy Barr and others, we are all shoulder to the wheel to help individuals come up with the rationale that's necessary for them to be able to stay. I hope the legislative picture will change. If it does, we will certainly keep you posted on it, but it is a very difficult time. As I said earlier, we spent the day worrying about Delaney Hall and the terrible conditions down there. In almost every issue, we're fighting a rearguard action. You name it: education, renewable energy, LGBTQ rights, women's right to choose. And every one of these things, we're fighting a rearguard action because we have insufficient votes to carry out of committee and out of our House. But we'll continue to make the fight.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much, and thank you for your leadership. I'm going to turn it over to the national expert, truly, on this issue, and we're just incredibly fortunate to have her, Gerline Joseph. She's a globally recognized human rights advocate, strategist, and thought leader whose work has reshaped the conversation on migration, race, and justice. She's co-founder and executive director of Haitian Bridge Alliance, which last night had a national Zoom call with the Congressional Black Caucus on this issue. She is also co-founder of Black Immigrants Bail Fund and the Cameroon Advocacy Network. We are just incredibly fortunate to have her expertise here. She is the leader on this issue nationally, originally from New York, I know, but she was in California last night for this call. And after her, we will have a local person, Karen Anderson Ponzer, Director of Legal Services at Neighbors Link. All most of us Westchester people know that, an immigration legal expert, because they are the resources that our constituents will need. So, Gerline, I'm not reading your entire bio, and I know your time got a little bit shortened, but can't thank you enough for being here with us and sharing your wisdom and your advice and your very direct understanding of the stakes, the very high stakes for our neighbors.
Thank you so much, Senator. Hello, family, wherever you might be. As we are heading to the 250th anniversary of this beloved country of ours, it is with heartbroken to know that we are still fighting for the basic right of humanity. With that being said, again, thank you, Senator Mayer, for having me and everyone for joining. What a time we are in. And thank you so much, Congressman Latimer, for your continued support for helping pass the discharge petition that was led by Ayanna Pressley and is not now in the Senate. I can start where the congressman left off and then go directly into what we are seeing within the community and what we really think next steps should be. As the congressman mentioned, we currently have Senate Bill S-4814. Again, Senate Bill S-4814. That's the bill that he was referring to, that we had passed the House version in April and now in the Senate. It is an uphill battle because, as the congressman mentioned, we need 60 votes. That means both Republicans and Democrats to be able to hold a filibuster, and 67 votes to be able to be veto proof from the president, which means we need all the help that we can get. We need everyone to be calling, emailing your senators to let them know they need to vote yes on Senate Bill S-4814. That bill will provide a 3-year protection for Haitian TPS holders who are currently in the United States. Over 375,000 TPS holders, and as Senator Mayer mentioned, many of them are our neighbors, our doctors, our caregivers in the New York State area. I am proud to say that I was raised in New York and I hold New York as a home no matter where I go. So because of that, we have work to do. We have to make sure we provide the safety that is needed for the community. And I can share with you what we are seeing on the ground. I flew from DC to California because every fourth Saturday of the month, we have a community engagement. There's usually about 400 families, pregnant women, beautiful babies playing, fathers coming to get the basic necessities to make sure their families are fed and taken care of, diapers for the week. Unfortunately, on Thursday, the ruling from the Supreme Court completely pulled the rug under from the community. Only 75 people showed up. None of the beautiful children were with them because they were afraid of what might happen if they got in contact with an ICE agent. So the fear is family separation, ICE detention, deportation. And as of last night, we have until July 10th. Right now, the government did not even agree to the due process to give us the 32 days that is required for people to understand what this means. And they have decided they will take that away too and only allow work permits to be valid until July 10th of next week. What does that mean? It means the healthcare system will crumble in New York, in Florida, and around the country. It means the meatpacking industry in Ohio, in Mississippi, in Alabama, and other places that are depending on reliable Haitian workers and other immigrants to be able to move forward. We are looking at the transportation industry, especially in New York, when we know our people keep the state, the city, the counties moving. Right now, lives are at risk. From the street of New York to the street of California, from Florida to Massachusetts, this is more than just politics. It is more than parties. It is a humanity crisis. What are we going to do? It is exactly what Senator Mayer is doing, making sure that the communities impacted understand what needs to happen, while also garner support from non-immigrants, non-Haitians, to make sure that we protect those impacted right now. 350 plus Haitians, 350,000 plus Haitians, 6,000 Syrian currently in the balance. but that represent 1.3 million TPS holders from 17 countries, including Afghanistan, Ukraine, El Salvador, Honduras, and others. It is not a small feat. But as I have said several times, we might be bent, but we are not broken. And as we are heading to this celebration for our country, we have to remember the very foundation is out of many one. That is what our country is. So therefore, it is important for us to make sure we put in place the safeguards to make sure our people are protected. Call on the churches, the community centers, call on your neighbors, especially Haitians and others impacted, to make sure they are okay. We need legal services. And my dear sister will talk about how this is happening on the ground, but it needs to be a national effort to replicate and duplicate what's happening under the leadership of Senator Mayer to make sure we get that around the country. Again, what we are seeing right now is the largest effort to remove legal status from people who are in this country presently legally and create the mass deportation that we have heard and seen create chaos, terror, and trauma within communities in the past 2 years. I am hurt. I am drained. I am exhausted. But when lives are at risk, giving up is not an option. So that is why we are calling on each and every one of you to tell somebody, to tell somebody, to tell somebody else to come out and join the work that we are doing collectively and be able to be the light that this world needs. You're touching an immigrant, a Haitian TPS holder, a Salvadorian TPS holder, a Syrian TPS holder who are unable to go home, is touching yourself, making sure that you are safe, making sure that you are okay. What I would like to leave you with, when you wake up in the morning and you look at yourself in the mirror, who do you see? What do you see? And who is the community you bring with you? When you are driving down the street, understand that we have 375,000 people who can no longer do that. When you go to the supermarket, understand we have 375,000 people who may not be able to step a foot out to go to the supermarket. We are already seeing summer school pulling their children out because they cannot afford to get detained. So what are we looking into within the school system and also the foster care system? Please understand, the goal of this government, based on what is happening right now, is to make orphans of 380,000 plus US born children of TPS holders. We already have a very chaotic foster care system. And now, instead of allowing those parents to raise their children to be a part of our society, they are turning the children wards of New York State, wards of California, wards of states around the country. And this is immoral. This is unacceptable. And we cannot allow for that to happen. That is why, once again, as Congressman Latimer mentioned, we are pushing to make sure we get Senate Bill S 4814 to pass to protect TPS holders while we find a long-term pathway to permanent residency for the impacted communities. The Haitian TPS holders, some of them have been here for 3, 5, 10, 20 years. Last night, we spoke to a gentleman. He is 31 years old. He's been here for 30 years. That is all that he knows. But because of the way the immigration system is set up, after 30 years, he is still unable to adjust his status from TPS to permanent residency. There is no roadmap from being a TPS holder after 30 years, after 2 years, to just change into permanent residency. The only thing that we can do is push as a community to make sure we uphold humane, dignified, and really good immigration reform for those in need right now. I will stop right there, and if you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Gerline, and thank you for just making so clear what the implications are. I would point out on the Senate.
Okay, that was a lot. So we still got more to go. Like we're about halfway through, but I thought it would be good to, so we're not overwhelmed with all of this to start, taking comments and questions. That way, people don't have to wait to the end, because I know people not here for the whole thing, right? So let's start taking comments, and that was a whole lot. Okay, so let's start taking comments and questions. Let me write down where we at in case it decides to do something wonky. We're at 29:20. Okay. So let's start with the panel. I wrote my notes as usual, but I'm just gonna open it up to let's do my big sis Kiesha. Kiesha, you got any words to say regarding what you had heard there?
First of all, my head is hurting. I need an aspirin. I'm gonna get up and get one in a minute because my blood pressure was just rising. This is insane. And first, let me start off with these hats. They are always involved in everything. They stir up all the pots. That's another group that we got to get rid of, because this is insane. President Ulysses S. Grant was right about them. They are diabolical and troublesome. So that's first. Then you got Tweety accent, who come on here and talking about, the American Dream Promise Act and all of this stuff. Listen, I don't care if dude was here for 30 years. 30 years too long. Take your behind back over there to Haiti. You cannot be here illegally. I don't know what's wrong with people to understand. So that means 350,000 are here illegally, taking up space, housing, jobs, medicine, education. I was looking at a video earlier, and a young girl, a high schooler, was talking about more than half the school in Ohio that she attends is filled with Haitians. She said you got 21 and 22-year-olds who are in there
in high
school as freshmen.
Lord Jesus. Lord.
Now, how is that possible? Would you want your 14 or 15-year-old in a freshman class with a 22-year-old?
Absolutely not.
Meanwhile, in black neighborhoods in Chicago, and in New York, in LA, they shutting down schools. But you stuffing these folks in the schools that are left.
Right.
Then she talks about when we drive down the street, what do we see? A problem. That's what I see. A problem. You gotta go. And all of these politicians who are in support of this, they should be brought up on charges of treason. I don't, starting from Yvette Clarke, what's her name, from the who started the what do you call it, the Dream Act. Well, what's her name, Lucille Allard, or whatever her name is, the Mexican.
I don't know her name.
Yeah, she's from California, but all of these people need to be brought up on charges. How are you having Zoom calls telling people how to protect illegal criminals? They are criminals. They have breached the border. They're here too long. You had a temporary stay because of natural disaster. The disaster is over. Go back and be a factory worker in Haiti. Go be a truck driver in Haiti. Go be a doctor in Haiti. And how the hell is that true? You got doctors who are on TPS in the US? Let me find out a doctor I see is here on TPS. They gonna be paying me, the hospital gonna be paying me, and the government gonna be paying me by the time I'm done. Like, this is diabolical. And unfortunately, those of us who live in New York, we are inundated with all of this. We are inundated with, and now they out here helping the legal ones change the names of neighborhoods. You got politicians who are telling Black Americans to be like Harriet Tubman and help these people. What's her name? Richard or whatever her big hard wig looking self. Talking about we gotta be like Harriet Tubman to help these people. The hell I will. I don't help no kind of criminals. I'm not a criminal advocate. And that's what these politicians are. They are criminal advocates. And they should be brought up on charges of treason. But I'll land there.
On that note, before we get to President Divine, let me shout out the people in the room. What up, Black Love? What up, Your Name Is? What up, Himpachi? Yo, you had me rolling, Himpachi. What up, Black Mood? What up, Dem? FBA New Orleans. Revolution. Hello. How's my little baby? Give me a second. I'll remember her name because it is so cute. Give me a second. I'll come back to that. 111 Millionaire. Dr. No Job. What up, Dr. No Job? FBA Stand on Business. Pigtails and Power. Zcan Chavez. No. Diesel Jams. Corey. I feel like there's another name down there, but it's not letting me see it. Hold on. Baraka Longmire. And Sweet Sister. Lavi Productions. Country as Corey S. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't letting me see everything. Okay. So, Mia Sophia. Come on now. Come on, Revolution. I wasn't going to forget my little Mia Sophia. Tell her I say hey and give her a hug for me. Okay. So, FBA Stand on Business. I'm not sure if I said that name. Okay. I think I said everybody. All right. So, President Divine, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So, your thoughts on what you've heard so far, and then we'll go through my notes.
So again, I hate having to do this. I don't like, patting ourselves on the back or anything like that. But if anyone was ever wondering why the U.S. Freedom Project exists, why the U.S. Freedom Project has to exist, this is a masterclass in why.
Yep.
There is no other organization in the state of New York advocating specifically for our people, for our lineage, for our ethnic group, for those of us who had ancestors enslaved and emancipated in the U.S. But all the while, as this was, because remember, we're learning about it now because TPS is ending. This had been going on in the background. She says she knows somebody with TPS status for 30 years.
30 years.
So this had been going on in the background for 30 years. But when the U.S. Freedom Project was birthed 5 years ago, we were xenophobic. We were unnecessary. We were divisive. Why are you trying to advocate for just a small sector of people when we're all Black the same? These were the gaslighting tactics, not just from advocates and or everyday citizens in New York, but from actual politicians. Some of the same ones that's involved in this TPS movement. And so I just want to share with the family, do not let anybody try to gaslight you into submission. Try to make you think that advocating for our ethnic group and specific tangibles, policies, and resources for us alone is divisive because all these other groups are doing it and have been doing it since. We just didn't know. And so when they're talking about it, and now this kind of makes so much more sense because we've been seeing, and I know I've been saying I was going to do a video on it. I'm going to get my lazy behind on it because I always say it and then I'll just get here and it'd be so much work to edit. There's a lot of work to edit if any of y'all make videos, and some of y'all content creators done it, so I know y'all know. But I've been meaning to do a video on debunking that whole Haitians founded Chicago myth. But this live so far is showing us why they lie about their involvement in the country. And it's evident when she was saying how many of these industries will fall if the temporary Haitians are forced to go back home. So they have to overinflate their importance to the system. They have to make their cog in the wheel a bigger cog than it ever really was. Because if life continues after they're sent home, then they know their entire case for why it needs to be extended goes by the wayside. Because you're not needed.
Nope.
And most of them, if not all of them, are not needed. They're here because they are exploitable labor. They help undercut the market. But most importantly, the biggest agenda by both left-wing and right-wing supremacy is that you displace foundational Black Americans. The one thing that they tell us that they're not trying to do, that they are not doing, that they would never do, is exactly what they are doing. Never forget that the reason why all these Haitian nurses, those ones that she was talking about that are in the medical profession, they are here because the government systemically shut down programs for the freedmen in those freedmen nursing schools. When they could have employed our people, they imported foreigners. These same TPS Haitians, right? Before TPS existed, and now they just call them TPS and bring them in. And I think somebody said it best in the chat. There needs to be a whole Zoom on what temporary means. and this is how you know this system is so corrupt and disingenuous. Where they do that at, that temporary can mean 30 years.
Right.
Foundational Black Americans have lived and died during those 30 years that could have had any one of those positions that a TPS Haitian took up. And so we can't ever forget that fact. And I could go on and on. I won't do that because I know we got to respect the time of the live.
Please go. We all love your insight. This is why we are here. I think everybody is here to, you know what I'm saying? We love your insight. Please keep going. Don't censor yourself.
Okay. So when we talk about and think about temporary and how this country allows them on that temporary status to, like Sister Kiesha said, be employed in permanent careers, the math ain't mathing. The sac passe ain't passeing. Like something's off. Something's wrong if you can have a permanent career on a temporary status, knowing that the deadline is coming. And she said something very, very, very pertinent. I'm gonna let you get to your points. Is that she said, you know what this administration did? They took away the 30-day grace period.
Yep.
For us to figure out what we need to do next. Figure out what you need to do next. From the beginning, you knew the status was temporary and that it was going to end. And at the end, you go home.
Right.
But these are the things that they put into the legislation that gives these people extended deadlines to keep the hustle going. So that when the clock strikes 0 and it's like, oh, I got 30 more days, then they start having kids in those 30 days. They start trying to find permanent ties to those 30 days. They go missing in those 30 days. All the while they're figuring out, because it's something else that she said and told on herself, that July 10th the work clearances stopped. But under the Democrats, during that whole 30 days while they're figuring out, they can still work. Their work clearances don't expire like Trump and them did to them this go around.
Right.
So in that quote unquote grace period, they're still working and moving around us like they're permanent citizens, trying to figure out and extend it past the 30 days.
Yep.
With their immigration lawyers that are paid by the government to find these loopholes in our laws so they can stay past the temporary date. And I'll land on this, and I might have to come back and apologize, and I'm willing to do it, but I want to stand on it now. Is that through all this fuss, I don't see any Zooms or any Syrians crying.
Yo.
About going back home, and they're involved.
That's in my notes.
You would think this TPS is just for Haitians. No, it's for the Syrians too.
And they ain't saying nothing.
The Syrians' time is up as well, and they ain't saying a word. They ain't crying. They ain't complaining. They're not blaming foundational Black Americans. They're just like, okay, my time is up. I'm going, or trying to find out their loopholes on the low. What I'm not going to sit there and say all of them are like, all right, it's time up. But we can see what the Haitians are doing with the help of the left wing. So it's not the right wing trying to do some corrupt mess. This is the left wing and what corruption on the left wing looks like. And I'll finally take a breath again. Sorry for being so extended.
I told you stop apologizing. All right, so you guys have questions. Feel free to start getting those together. We're gonna run through these talking points real quick, and then I picked my notes real fast, and we'll start letting people up for comments, and then after the comments we'll get to the rest of the video, right? Okay, so oh wait, wrong notes. Here we go. Remember they said that it was supposed to be for 18 months. How did 18 months turn into 30 years? How did that happen? Like, since where does that happen that 18 months can turn into 30 goddamn years? That is diabolical. And then you get that extended time, and you're not thankful that you got that extended time. You are sitting here acting like you are entitled to permanent residency or to a citizenship status. You're not entitled. You are a Haitian. You have a country. You're not entitled. That's number one. Then they were talking about DEI. Yeah, President Devon wrote in the chat that they're talking about DEI doesn't have anything to do. Yeah, no, you do have something to do with DEI, because instead of DEI going to the recipients that it should have been, which is Black Americans, foundational Black American freedmen, it is going to people like these. They're the ones taking up the DEI. So it does have something to do with them. And the next thing, my big sis Kiesha was talking about the small hats and them always constantly intervening. I want you to understand that during the civil rights movement, our ancestors didn't necessarily want to go to school and to have to go to school with white tea folks. That was not the goal. The goal was that their schools were underfunded. They wanted the same amount of money, but the small hats came in and decided, hey, let's make it where we have Black folks are able to go to school with white tea folks. My mom talks about all the time, she didn't want to go to school with no white tea people. She was happy in the school that she was in. They just wanted the same amount of funding. They wanted equal funding for both sets of schools. And so when the small hats came along, understand that the small hats were discriminated against to the point where they had to lie about, because they could hide. They hide under their skin of whiteness, right? And because they can hide, they hid. They changed their names. I put up a post a long time. Maybe I might have to put that post up again on my new channel. But I put a post up a while back about how they were all up and through Hollywood changing their names, lying about their religion and who they are. And to the point where the kids didn't even know that they were small hats. You know what I'm saying? They had to find out later that I think who I can't remember which I can't remember which old Hollywood star it was, but like I said, I'll put that up on my YouTube channel, on my new YouTube channel, because I've definitely put it up on my old one, right? But I did a whole broadcast about that, and he didn't even know that she had snuck out of, I think it was Romania or Hungary or something like that, during the Hitler situation. So she, he didn't even know. He thought his mother was a regular Anglo, and come to find out, no, she was not. And so it is my conjecture that the small hats co-opted the civil rights movement so that they no longer had to change their names. But then they end up changing their names anyway, because nobody's going to support some long, ridiculous name with a bunch of consonants. So, we got a whole bunch of celebrities. I put up that too. There was this song with this Jewish lady. She I guess she was on Broadway or something like that, and she did like a little song about how all of these celebrities, white tea celebrities currently in Hollywood, how they have changed their names from what their names really are to something shorter, to something easier for the Anglo to digest. And so, like I said, in my opinion, they co-opted the civil rights movement so that they no longer had to change they weren't forced to change their names. They could, be out in the public, and they didn't have to hide and lie about who they were. And to us be God darn, okay? I know I said a lot. Does the panel have any thoughts about what I've said so far?
Yeah, how they were able to extend it is because they were able, as the attorney said, lean into the American Dream and Promise Act. Right? So they were able to get extended time on that, and then that gave them an extra 10 years. So then after that, they whoever had children, they got more time by leaning into the Dream Act, right? And I want everybody to understand this Dream Act is a bipartisan bill. So don't think it's just a Democrat, because it was Dick Durbin and Orrin Hatch, right? Who drafted this Dream Act. You got to remember, both of them and their family's business benefit from cheap labor. So this is how they were able to do it. They leaned into one act into another. And I don't care what they leaned into, time to lean back over the Haiti.
President Devine?
Oh, no, I just typed it up. Sister Kiesha is on point per usual. I just was saying that to her point about it being both sides again, and we understand what our great master teacher, Dr. Nelly Fuller, taught us about both sides of the argument. But in addition to that, that's why even though they have, the process that you're supposed to go through with E-Verify, they almost never punish the employers that employ these illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, TPS workers, whoever, people that they understand are there to undercut the market. They do it because they know it's something that they could benefit from. And it's it's both of them.
Absolutely. Let's see. Let's take a chat. Anybody else have any questions in the chat? Do you want to come up? Because I don't want to wait to the end. Last time I felt that, some people, they can't wait all the way to the end. They doing stuff. So is there anybody in the chat that has anything that they want to say? We're going to do one at a time because, I don't want to get, bombed with weird pictures. You see what happened to Tariq, you know what I'm saying? And I don't really know what I'm doing that much, so I don't want to go too crazy. All right, do y'all see any? I can't see if there's anybody requesting, so.
No, I don't think anybody's trying to come up right now.
All right, so let's keep going. Oh, so
Oh
we got
wait,
somebody.
somebody else. Wait,
Revolution.
hold on.
Okay, hold on. I got it.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
What
Hey,
up,
bro.
hun? How you doing?
Nothing much. All right. For one, I wanted to say, Mia did tell you hi when I talked to her last, and also I'm going to get her tomorrow. So, um,
Okay.
one of the other videos that you were on, the language is a little too strong for one of the last ones that you just did, but
Oh, sorry.
I had stopped the video and walked out. No, 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 it's fine because I was in a different room. But I stopped the video, went over there to her, and I showed it to her. I said, "You remember her?" She was like, "Yeah." I said, "That's my friend," and she told me to tell you hello. And she really, really likes you and everything, or whatever the
Oh.
case is. But she told me to tell you hello. She was like, "That's your friend." And I was like, "Yeah." It just made me feel like 10 feet tall type of thing with the way she said it. So yeah, she really
Oh.
enjoys it when I show her different videos and stuff that
I'm
you're
gonna
in.
work on my language. Okay, I'm working on
No,
it.
no,
I'm
no,
working.
no. Keep the language the same. We need that language to be out there like that. She didn't hear none. She didn't hear none of it. She didn't even know it was a video. She just thought it was a picture of you. You know what I'm saying? Kind of
Oh.
a
Oh
thing.
my
But
goodness. I love
yeah.
her
So
so much. I can't wait to meet her in person.
that's what's up. But I'll go ahead and clear the stage. But I did want to come up and say that because she told me to make sure to tell you hello.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And
No sweat.
tell her I like tell her like make sure she know I can't wait to meet her. I want to meet her. So I'm her biggest fan.
10 Okay, that's what's up. I will be sure to
Okay.
tell her in those specific words too.
Yes, that I'm a
All right.
fan of hers. Like her name, her cuteness. I can't wait to see it all.
All right. And
All
I'll talk
right.
to y'all later. Thank y'all for the gifts, family. I love y'all.
Okay, we got another person coming up. All right, it's taking a little while. Okay, let's see. Your name is? What's up? Hold on, you on teacup. We can't do the teacup. I'll let you back up after you finish the teacup, okay? Cause I don't I don't know what that means. That makes me nervous. You made me nervous, your name is.
It means she got a call or had to
I
step
know,
away.
but they be a lot of times when people be on teacup, they be reporting live and all that kind of stuff. So when you not on teacup, I didn't took notes from Dan. Dan
Okay.
don't allow you on the stage when you on teacup. So you could come back. That means you walked away from the phone or you went off of the screen or something like that.
Yeah, when you
So
go
you
out
could
the
come
app.
back up when you not on teacup. You could come back up. Like okay, you could come back up. All right, let's try this again. All right, it's taking a little while. Um, but did y'all hear those bill numbers? President Devine, did you write down those bill numbers? Cause I did.
Yep.
Yeah, I already went and looked over. Yeah, I went to the
I,
computer and
I
looked.
knew you did. I knew you did. Okay, good. So that's the next thing on my
Yeah,
thing. All right, hold.
can
Your
y'all hear me?
yes, your name is yes. I can hear you. What's going on?
I'm sorry. I'm sitting in my car and like I don't have it connected to my Bluetooth, but every time y'all bring me up for some reason it connects and I can't hear anymore. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Um, I was um I was wondering because I've been learning. I'm kind of new to like learning a lot of things this been going on. Um, like with different migrant groups and stuff, and I was wondering, I'm noticing it like they have different pacts and political groups and things like that, and I was wondering, did we have things like that, and or is that in the process of being made?
Actually, you got two members of that right here. Me and President Devine and Kiesha works with us, very closely. We are, President Devine is the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project. And I'll let him get into exactly what the U.S. Freedmen Project does, since he is the presidente. Go ahead, Mr. President.
So I just missed a little bit about that. What was she asking? Do we have?
Like lobby groups, PACs, political action groups, basically, that work for us in our behalf.
Oh, great. That's oh yeah, great question. So here in New York, because we are New York based, we are actually, we're growing and burgeoning into a nationwide organization. But as of right now, we are a New York based organization focused on doing exactly that here in New York. Because if it's not us doing it, it won't get done, and that's kind of how we have to view it across the country. Thankfully, there are all the other organizations and entities, not in all 50 states yet, but in other states across the country and different regions that are also doing exactly what we're doing to some form of fashion in their locales, in their states, in their cities, in their jurisdictions and municipalities, um, advocating for lineage specific policies, set aside resources, things of that nature. Because what we found, and our sister Kiesha said this a long time ago, now, well, it feels like a long time ago, before, all the receipts was had for myself to verify. But, given her extensive experience in this arena, she told it on the record that all of our legacy organization and these Pan African organizations are compromised. And they have been compromised for a really long time. And I can let her go into detail on that. But because of that, we found out that none of these organizations that are supposed to center us and fight for us and were built on that at one point in time, none of them do it anymore. And they all have centered a blanket blackness and or pro-immigration agenda. And that is very, very dangerous for us because there have been multiple advocates and master teachers from our lineage that has said on the record with data backed up that shows that immigration is a net negative for our foundational Black American community. And so if you are pro-immigration and you have a pro-immigrant agenda, that is the same thing as an anti-foundational Black American agenda. And that's just the data. That's just the numbers. It's not about xenophobia. It's just the brass tacks of it all. And so that is one of the biggest, and I'll take a breath here, that's one of the biggest flaws that the U.S. Freedmen Project works to solve, is moving our people away from the concept of racial politics. Because racial politics force teams, multiple groups with melanin or with hue, or that are quote unquote non-white or people of color, and pretends that all of them, because they are non-white, have the same political priorities. And what we found factually, based on data and also legislation that each of these groups push, that our priorities, our political priorities, are not aligned at all. And I'll just take a breath there.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was asking, because I noticed that a lot of things that we know is being, black, of course, black for us is our ethnicity, and I've noticed that people are starting to try and make it into just a racial thing versus ethnic, and that is why I asked that. So basically, and another question that I had was what do you guys, I'm in the process of doing my genealogy. I know that I have to do that to be a part of the Freeman community. But I do have a question. What do you guys think about, like, maybe like on the back end, not publicly, but what about us creating our own means of reparations? Even although I know that the Freeman, I know that you guys are like suing and doing different things, but like, what do you think of that? Of like creating our own reparations?
Um, so one, as long as you can trace it now, as long as you can trace your lineage to the 1865, 1870 census, you are a freedman. So there's no a part of the freedman community. It's a lineage, right? You either you are or you aren't, right? And so there's
Oh
no
no, I was
community.
talking about the website and stuff. I was more so speaking of like, you know, being able to be. I know that the website you have to
Which website? Which
you
website?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I've only seen one.
Yeah, that, and I think I know what you're talking about. That's why I was trying to get you to be specific, but I can see where you're confused. There is someone that has a verification process that we don't subscribe to. Now, they are Black Americans,
Uh
they are foundational Black Americans, but that does not verify you. Your lineage verifies you. We don't believe in that. So I think that's where you're, and you know what? I'm just going to say it plain. Arthur Watkins and his U.S. Freedmen Legal Fund, we don't subscribe to that. We are, Freedmen is the name that is baked into the constitutional cake for us. And so unfortunately we can't, like, you know what I mean, copyright the name, you know what I mean? So he can call it whatever he wants, right? But his thing is a trust. You are signing up to be a part of his trust. When you sign up to be a part of his trust, then he wants you to sign over your assets to the trust, and that way that he can say that, you know, he could advocate on your behalf. I don't believe in none of that. And I don't want this live to turn into what I don't believe about that. I'll have to do that another time because we're running, I got a hard stop at about 11. So I don't want to get into that. But I think that's what you're confused about. So you can check your own lineage on
yes, because I did not
Ancestry.com.
know that there were two separate ones.
Yes, yes,
I
honey.
definitely was
Yes, honey.
confused.
And we don't, I don't fool with Arthur, and Arthur know I don't fool with him, and he better not fool with me. He know better. So we've had our disagreements on the back end, Arthur and I. So
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
so
just
I
gonna
don't
have
want
to
you to
do
be
some. I'm gonna have to
confused.
go to you guys' website.
Yeah, I don't want you to be
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go
confused.
to your
So yeah,
website because
all you have to do is go to ancestry.com, like I did my lineage on ancestry.com. There's also familysearch.org. You can do it there. With the Mormons, we're gonna start doing genealogy things like every 3 months, like every quarter. Yeah, we're gonna start doing, you know, some genealogy events if you're ever in New York, or you know what I mean. So that's all you have to do. You don't have to be a part of anybody because they want you to give all your information. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. That's not necessary. So yeah,
okay.
don't worry about that. And as far as, you know, us, you know, doing the advocacy work, you know, we all have to take a little part unto ourselves, you know. And I felt the need to do something. President Divine felt the need to do something. Kiesha felt the need to do something. We're just regular people who felt the need to do something. So you could do the same thing in your state and in your city, you know, just, you know, and President Divine and I are always going to be here to help whoever. And then there's other resources throughout the country that has also helped us, you know, like CJAC in California and Camilla Moore. And you understand what I'm saying? So we all kind
Yeah.
of, we're a community that helps each other. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did because now
Okay.
I have to look into. I'm realizing I've looked into the wrong. Well, not necessarily the wrong thing, but I've been watching you, but I've seen their website and that's the one that I went on and stuff like that. So of
Yeah,
course,
he does that
thank
on
you.
purpose. He does that on purpose. He likes to insinuate that there is an affiliation between me and him, and there is not. So yes, he definitely does that on purpose. President Divine, please put the link to the website in the chat for that young lady, and let's get to the rest of the video because like I said, there's 29 minutes left in the video and I got a hard stop at 11. Okay, because I gotta go to work. All right, so let's get to the rest of the video.
Are. I would point out on the Senate bill, both of our New York US senators are co-sponsors, but there are not anywhere near enough. And not every Democratic senator is a co-sponsor. So if there's any way to get additional sponsors, even though we know the road will be hard, I urge you to not only encourage our U.S. Senators, Schumer and Gillibrand, to get their fellow colleagues on the bill. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen Anderson Ponzer of Neighbors Link, who is an immigration lawyer, legal expert, about sort of how we deal with these individuals who you may see or serve or hear in worship, however you see them. Karen, thank you so much for your expertise and your willingness, and we turn it over to you.
Thanks so much. I just want to extend my gratitude to you, Senator Mayer, for hosting this event, and also to Senator Stuart Cousins and Congressman Latimer for being here tonight to contribute, because this is obviously a really challenging and very difficult moment for the Haitian community. And as Geraldine was saying, just yet another horrifying example of the suffering that's being inflicted on the immigrant community in this country. So as Senator Mayer said, my name is Karen Anderson Ponzer. I'm always grateful to be able to say that I'm the head of the legal team at Neighbors Link. We're Neighbors Link community law practice. Neighbors Link's mission is to educate and empower immigrants, because we know that the entire community is stronger when immigrants are safe and contributing and are valued members of our community. We all rely on immigrants alongside us to make our community whole. And so that's why I'm so grateful to be here to talk about what we see needs to happen on the ground. And so, first of all, what is important to know about immigration law, and exactly following Geraldine's point, and I just want to add that it was absolutely thrilling yesterday to be able to meet you, Geraldine, in person. You're an amazing speaker and such a great leader. And in this moment when things are so awful. So at the most basic level, it is important to remember that immigration status is extremely complicated. So on the one hand, we have these individuals losing TPS status, losing access to their employment authorization, and it's an absolute crisis. And what we are at risk of seeing here is that people will race and scramble because they are vulnerable, that themselves and those around them may make fast assessments about people's eligibility for being able to get a different kind of status. And that is why it is so important for people to have access to an attorney or an attorney to speak to about their individual case. So that is why I am here tonight to say that this is something that Neighbors Link is ready to provide. I'll provide my contact information in just a minute. But one thing that is very important for us to understand in this moment, in a situation where people are going to be so fearful, is we are very much at risk of seeing what Neighbors Link's legal team sees so many times, especially in the environment under the current administration, which is that people are defrauded or harmed when they hire an attorney or somebody who holds themselves out as an attorney, providing
Make
services.
sure that y'all like and share the live.
We're seeing these scams come from across the country, and people are told there's
share
an
the
easy
live,
fix.
share the live,
As Geraldine was
guys.
saying, there isn't necessarily an easy fix. Part of the injustice of this program is that immigration law is so convoluted in this country that you can live here for 30 years, do everything right, have a lawful status, and then based on a political whim, face deportation. So what can individuals do? What I would recommend is that you encourage anyone you interact with to call Neighbors Link or another legal service provider to schedule a consultation. We will be providing consultation services, and clinics for people who are in need. We have a helpline every week where people can call to get information and schedule an appointment. We have ongoing consultation days, and we're anticipating expanding capacity to provide additional services. I'll tell you quickly, and I'll share the information later. Our helpline is open every Thursday at 914-502-3377. So I will conclude just by clarifying the dichotomy, the challenge that we see in immigration cases, which is that you have people with a status, they're here lawfully, and they're losing that status. And they're very vulnerable to exploitation. So what is important to see is if there is a pathway, because there may be a pathway for them to access some other status, or they may in fact be eligible for or have already an employment authorization document based on another application. Many, at least some TPS holders, also have filed asylum applications at some point, and that can be an important alternative remedy. So it's important for people who are concerned about losing their employment authorization, and also individuals who are hiring them, to understand the complexity of this and encourage individuals to seek out competent representation, because it really is so important to people's safety that they speak to someone that they trust, because that is going to be an important measure to protect people's legal status and empower them with the knowledge and the support they need. So I would encourage everyone to please to refer folks to us and to other providers. Haitian Bridge Alliance may have some resources as well, but it really is an opportunity for me to repeat my old refrain of the wrong help can hurt. Talk to someone you trust. Neighbors Link provides free legal services. Free lawyers have no interest other than assisting you to understand the reality of the situation. So please encourage everyone to talk to a lawyer that they can trust. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you. So two things. We're going to put the contact number for Haitian Bridge Alliance and obviously for Neighbors Link in the chat, and everyone will get that. But I want to make a point that was Chris Gerline made yesterday, so people understand. The administration has suggested that you have time between today and the expiration of TPS. If you only have one kind of authorization, as Karen was saying, there may be multiple, but in the worst case scenario, you only have TPS. You never applied for asylum, or you never got a separate work permit. There is not time in 8 days to apply for asylum under the current way the immigration system works. So it is not fair to say that this period of time gives these individuals a chance to get the TPS and continue to live here under some different TPS status. There is not enough time. So it is important that each individual case be reviewed on its merits, because they may have a separate authorization under a different program, or they may have applied for asylum and have it, but they may think, to Karen's point, that everything is off the table and I'm going to be sent home and ICE is coming. So it is extremely important that individuals reach out and get analysis of their own situation so that they can determine what the next course of conduct is. There is not a blanket thing here, but it is unfair of this administration to suggest that these 7 days are a pathway. As Gerline told us yesterday, there is no pathway in 7 days unless you have some alternative status which can be reviewed by a lawyer and determined. So with that, I'm going to turn over to some of the pre-asked questions that I think, so here's an example of a real life thing. I came with my kids with a Haitian passport. My kids are Dominican. We all have TPS, but probably different TPS statuses, because some may be Haitian and some may be from another country that has TPS. So what is the option, and what do you recommend for someone in that case? Or they came with a Haitian TPS and their children are American citizens having been born here, and right now we have birthright citizenship. So they are born here, they are American citizens. Now what? So maybe Karen, you can work us through those two cases.
Sure. Well, the first technical point I will say is though her children are Dominican, it's quite possible that they have Haitian TPS. There is not a TPS for the Dominican Republic, but because the children are, they may be, but if they have Dominican passports, that means they're likely considered Haitian for purposes of the program, which means, unfortunately, that they are vulnerable. What I would say, this is another example of you need to speak privately with someone. I'm happy, again, please call Neighbors Link, because I can give you, any individual could be eligible for asylum. They may be eligible for a family-based petition. They may be eligible for some kind of humanitarian visa. I'm not saying any of that is easy or likely, but it is critical now when people are so afraid not to rush to be defrauded of $10,000 in the next 5 days because they think something's going to be great. They can be saved if only they file something before July 10th. Unfortunately, it's not that easy.
Okay, another question that was asked, I'm trying to pick out the ones that I think are directly, for example, in White Plains, there's a very significant Haitian community. Many of them are cab drivers in White Plains. How can we be of help? And so Gerline sort of spoke of this, and Christina has been involved with a number of our Haitian American churches in all of our communities. What do you recommend in order to show concrete support for this community? Gerline, I think that's for you.
Thank you so much for that question. I think I shared with the senator yesterday as well that right now the struggle is to get the financial support in order for us to respond to the emergencies across the country. So one of the ways that you could support is, one, make sure that if you are a U.S. citizen, you know what to do when the time comes in November. You know what to do. And those of us who are able to, please call your senators. And thank God the senators in New York have already joined. But please, you have friends in Florida where we need those senators. All the red states, please make sure you are connected with your families and friends there to push them to push their senators to vote. The other piece is really the financial support that we need to make sure we have more attorneys like my sister Karen, to make sure we have food and diapers to be able to give to the people. As I mentioned, people are afraid to go out, especially for the taxi drivers. What I will recommend is to please connect with us, because we are looking at hubs who can make deliveries to homes where people are afraid to go. So if you're a taxi driver, we need you now, because we might have a call for someone who's unable to go to the grocery store. We can get you the groceries. All you have to do is pick it up and drop it to them. So we are creating those community support, those rapid response support, and the transportation. So you, the taxi drivers, are a big part of that. Please reach out to us, info@haitianbridge.org, and the senator will also put our phone number for you to reach out.
Yes, I'll put that in the chat in a minute. One question which I think I had before I was fully educated: are there any exceptions to the Supreme Court in making this decision? Did they say, oh, there might be some opportunity at some time to think differently? I don't believe there are any exceptions, but Gerline or Karine, you can speak to that, because people think sometimes the court leaves an opening. In this decision, the court left very few opening. And I do want to underscore the fact that the majority held there was not evidence of sort of a racist animus. And the dissent went back and quoted so many of the things that President Trump has said about Haitians and, in fact, other Syrians and other people from other nations that are not predominantly white, to show that, in fact, that's just completely inaccurate. But are there exceptions in the Supreme Court decision where someone could find an opening?
No. Darlene, what did you say?
No, you answered it, Karen. So, and we want to really clarify for folks, there are a lot of misinformation going on, including from the Secretary of DHS himself. So we find ourselves with the government that don't understand the very basic of immigration that are a part of their mandate. So no, unfortunately, right now, the Supreme Court is the final decision. The only thing that was a little bit of hope was the 30-day that we had. And unfortunately, the government yesterday, right after they released their cruel mandate for people to lose everything on July 10th, they also sent a motion to Judge Reyes asking her to push whatever decision to be in line of the July 10th as well. So we do not know if Judge Reyes will agree to that July 10th or if she will push back to give us a couple of weeks more. But right now, unfortunately, the Supreme Court is the final voice against the community.
Thank you very much for that. And Majority Leader, I'm not putting you on the spot here, but there are a number of questions about sort of, is there anything the state of New York can do? And the answer is no. This is totally preempted by federal law, immigration law, which the state, even though we did a number of things in immigration, had to be so careful not to get into trying to challenge the supremacy of the federal immigration law. But Majority Leader, maybe you can just answer.
Well, first of all, I really thank you again for hosting this very informative session and for the presenters who have really, I think, made it very clear where we are. It's just straight, no chaser. This is where we are. So I thank them for that. I think for us, I was thinking that, first of all, I want to get in touch with our AG to make sure that she is on top of the
Yes.
capability of fraud and just putting that message out there very clearly so that people will not lose whatever little they have left trying to get somebody to fix something that's not going to be fixed in 7 days. So I will be in touch with our Attorney General on that piece. And of course, I was just looking at the number of dollars that we've sent to a variety of Haitian organizations, in addition to the other funds that we send to targeted, but well over $1 million in a variety of different organizations that I'm sure will be using that money to help inform and mobilize. But we also have an Office of New Americans where we have put in an extra, I believe, $75 million for legal representation. A lot of this was around, the thought around ICE, but also the resources that are going to be required can also be taken out of that pot of money. I think there's now almost $80 million in the Office for New Americans writ large. So there have been resources for these cases dealing with our community, our immigrant community. This, of course, is a layer that we could have expected, but we now know where we are. We knew where we are. So I will certainly keep an eye on that and make sure that some of those resources can go to take the brunt, because Neighbors Link is fabulous, but they can't do it all. And there's just but there are a lot of organizations that we have access to as well. And, Senator Mayer, or maybe Christine, I don't know, Annie Willis is on, if somebody could put my information too, because
Yes.
we have access to a lot of these other agencies that will talk to folks. And I also saw Tejas Sanchala from Westchester County's Human Rights Commission. I saw that he came on. So again, Our own county human rights is another trusted resource that will at least send people in the right direction. We just got to make sure that people get the information they need so that they can stay safe. And also, it sounds like you need resources. So there's almost 100 people on this call. I would ask that people, think about how they can help with resources.
Make sure y'all like and share the
because,
live. Do your daily heart
you all
memes,
know
all that
where
good
it
stuff.
can most
Like and
readily
share
be
the
applied
live.
to
Do
be
your daily
effective.
heart memes.
So I would ask so many of our generous folks who are probably on this call and beyond to try and figure out how to be supportive in that way as well. So
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I know we have a number of employers. I've seen some of my our healthcare friends who are incredibly dependent on Haitian workers in the TPS program to provide, I know, childcare, care for people with intellectual disabilities across the board. And there is some guidance I saw today from a number of law firms on how to deal with this problem. And I think many people who have TPS are worried their employers are going to terminate them sooner than needed. And Gerline, I've seen this. And so I think if you're an employer, I encourage you to talk to your lawyers about not terminating people prematurely. We should hold on until the last possible minute so that they can have an income, and also so that the clients you serve can be served. I know so many of the people in our healthcare institutions doing some of the least desirable jobs, I would add, are Haitian with TPS status. And so I do think that's an important point. There was another point here. Just a good question. I know the answer, but is there a way to appeal to an international body like the UN Office of the High Commissioner? Or the answer, I think you will tell me, Gerline, is no. Nobody has authority over this.
Nobody has authority over this. However, what can be done is we need those entities, UNHCR, the UN, anyone who cares about humanity should be speaking out against this, because there are two opinions: the opinion of the Supreme Court, but opinion of the public court, right? And those can be strong tools to push the Senate to actually vote yes on the Senate Bill 4814. They do not have any power over the Supreme Court, but they do have the power to make sure people understand the humanitarian crisis behind this. And the reality is TPS, the misunderstanding behind this, if I may, Senator, explain a little bit about that, which we are hearing around the country, even everyone. It says temporary in the name, but the full sentence is temporary based on the current country conditions. So basically, even DHS personnel actually recommended.
Sorry. She pissed me off. I had to stop it. So because y'all never get y'all country together, temporary should mean forever? Because y'all keep leaving and not fixing it, temporary should mean forever? This let me keep going.
As personnel actually recommended to former Secretary DHS Kristi Noem to extend TPS for Haiti due to the current country conditions. She and the administration decided to go against their own recommendation and move forward with the racial slurs and all of that and terminated TPS for Haiti without keeping in mind that the full sentence is temporary protected status due to current conditions. The same way we cannot send people back to Ukraine, we cannot send people back to Haiti. It is as simple as that.
I had to read this one. Apply Fly said, why don't they go to the UN about the humanitarian issues in Haiti? Boom! I don't like, this doesn't make any sense. So because Haiti will never, because you came because of the earthquake, so because you never fixed what happened at the earthquake, you should have temporary status forever. Get out of here.
Cannot send people back to Haiti. It is as simple as that. And at the same time, understanding those realities, other bodies can influence what we are seeing. So we welcome UNHCR, all the human rights organization, all people fighting for humanity and compassion to please join, because yes, the Supreme Court, we cannot touch it, but we can move other pieces to safeguard the protection for people.
Thank you for that. And
Yes,
yeah, go
Senator
ahead,
Mayor,
Leader.
if I might add, the reality is that the Haitians and the Syrians are on the menu today. But, as you said, there's millions of people who have TPS status. And
Yes.
once you've told this person, who I'm sure is so offended that we aren't, able to take away people's citizenship, birthright citizenship. So then the next thing they will be looking at, I'm sure, is TPS. So it's a muscle that we're going to have to exercise anyway, because this will not be the end of who they're coming after. And I think people need to recognize that as well.
Yes, and I know I don't see additional questions in the chat. People can email. I see we have put the contact for Neighbors Link and Haitian Bridge Alliance and our respective offices here. And people should follow up. I just would, to the point the leader raised, there is the list of TPS countries, which is extremely extensive, includes El Salvador, Ethiopia, Honduras, Nepal, Nicaragua, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, Venezuela, and Yemen. And these are all going to be on the list. And but the Haitian is really the huge impact in our communities right now.
Right.
And I feel so strongly that we have to do the best we can. There was one other question I wanted to get to before the end, which is I do want to encourage our Democratic senators, U.S. senators from New York, to try to get their colleagues to join in and co-sponsor. That is extremely important, to put pressure on certainly every Democrat. And I bet there are some Republicans who represent districts in the South with a significant number of Haitians on TPS who also should, if only for political reasons, sign on to this bill. So that we will be following up with. And lastly, before we close, I want to thank the faith leaders that have joined Christine. This is a place of safety for so many of our TPS neighbors, that they have a place. The leadership of these churches is extremely important. We thank you for participating. We are counting on you to continue to be leaders in this community. We are, as you all know, very, very nervous about what's going to happen. And I'm so grateful, Gerline and Karine, for guiding us through some of the really technical things here. This is not a easy subject, because it's not a simple answer, as Karine explained, but we do have to worry about people who take advantage. And we also have to worry about people getting the right information. And as Karine put, there's very limited due process, and the administration is determined to end as much of it as they can. So with that, being a minute after 8:15, and I know there are fireworks in many jurisdictions, and it is sort of ironic that we're sitting here on the eve of our 250th anniversary discussing this very un-American thing. But we are united collectively, and I'm so grateful that so many people have joined. We have work to do. Thank you, Majority Leader, for encouraging contributions to both of these nonprofits who are leading the charge. The Haitian Bridge Alliance is a national thing, and we have Little Haiti in Brooklyn, in New York, which is right at the top of the list here of the communities that matter. So thank you, and please reach back out to us. Make sure that we have the opportunity to offer our support. Thank you to my staff, Christine, Hannah, Rachel, to Annie Willis of the Majority Leader, to George Latimer and Ellen, and certainly our experts here. We are more knowledgeable, more armed, and ready to do the best we can for the Haitian American community. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for hosting this event.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
all right, so we got through it. I'm gonna see if I can like juggle going past 11 because this is not, we're not gonna be able to get through this in 20 minutes. We're just not, and especially, and I want to make sure I get to all your questions. So it's gonna be times when I'm gonna have to go off camera, and I just hope that you guys can bear with me. And I'm gonna let my co-host here help me out a little bit. Okay. So I'm trying to think what's the best way to do this. Let me start with let's start with my notes, right? So we'll go through. I'm trying to think because I want to make sure that I have a chance to say what I need to say. Okay, let me go through the notes, and then we'll try to bring people up in between after every few points, for questions and for commentary. So let's start. Let me start with me. Let's start with my notes. So this is back from the other part of the video. When they were talking about, let's see. Wait. I have so much notes. Yes, we talked about the bills, that they ignored the Syrians. She said, this beloved country of ours. Ma'am, your country is Haiti. This is not your country. Like, this is the part. You have temporary protected status in this country. Maybe not her and specifically, but the people who we're talking about, it's not their country. Their country is Haiti. And so the confusion, it really boggles my mind, how they seem to forget where they're actually from. And not only do they seem to forget, but it's like, do you even want to help your actual country? Like, I'm really confused, So let's see. The next thing was the other bill number S4814. I see President Devine is still on teacup. Kiesha, you have anything to say about that and what you've heard so far?
What we heard was a bunch of BS. And you also have, and I want people to understand, you have organizations that are operating under the name of Black organizations that are helping these TPSers, along with the government. So when she mentioned the Office of the New American, that has been around for a long time, since the late 90s. So we are at least 27 years behind with this. And on Thorough Black Talk, we did a whole show about the Office of the New American. The Congresswoman said that they have a $75 million pot to pay for
80.
$80 million pot to pay for legal representation for these TPSers. That is aiding and abetting a criminal.
Come on.
And now, I am not a lawyer, but I do understand legalese. And I do know what it means to aid and abet a criminal. And that's what these politicians are doing, which is why I say that they need to be brought up on charges of treason. Now, as far as these Black organizations that are helping them, one of them being National Action Network. Now, you have to remember, National Action Network gets its money from an organization, a side organization that Al Sharpton started, and it's called the Madison Avenue Business Initiative. And what they do, or say they do, is put pressure on major media companies to subcontract Black American media companies. So, for example, if Comcast or Spectrum, which is one of their biggest funders, two of their biggest funders, have a project, they will want to hire Breuck as a subcontractor in media operations, and that's not happening. So what they're doing is they're pocketing that money to fund National Action Network. So they're getting money from Comcast, from Spectrum, all of these media outlet companies. That's how they get their money. Now, you also have the Urban League, right? The Urban League gets its money from the baking industry and tech. right? And also some of the unions. So if you work for the city, for example, if you work for the city of New York, your union is helping to fund National Action Network, the Urban League, big unions too, like a Never 99, the UFT. All of these groups are funding the National Action Network. And so that gives Sharpton and his organization a window not to protest against any of these entities, which is why you've never seen them speak out against teacher pay or anything like that. They just won't do it. So now they are advocating for TPSers, but they aren't talking about how these TPSers are breaking the law. They just want you to have empathy for them so you can let it fly, but never let it fly. Never let it fly. All of these groups, as Devon mentioned, are compromised. All of them. The Urban League, they get their money from Wells Fargo, JP Chase, Walmart, a lot of the tech companies. That's who give them their money. So they will not advocate, against them. These entities like Aldi, Nike, State Farm, Walmart, PepsiCo, they would rather have cheaper labor. So Urban League won't speak against that. They want these Haitians in here because they offer cheaper labor. And so that's why you have to know how to connect the dots with what's really going on. And this is the battle that we are fighting. We are fighting major corporations. We're fighting a corrupt government. And we're fighting criminals who have breached the border and still here even past their time. So this is the hill that we have to climb. And I'll land there. Can't hear you, sis.
I put we all have full-time jobs, right? When we're doing this work. So I put Sister Kiesha's Cash App in the chat. I put President Divine Cash App in the chat. I put my Cash App in the chat. Make sure you gift the panelists. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all the gifts that you have sent me thus far, and whatever you send in the future. I appreciate that. President Divine, do you have any? Oh, I also subscribe to my new YouTube channel. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. So I would appreciate that. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. I put that in the chat. It is YouTube Breuck with an S. Because Breuck with no S has been shadow banned, so I had to put an S on it. So just sign up for that. And yeah, so President Divine, do you have any thoughts? And yeah, we're gonna go past a little bit past 11. If are you guys okay with going past 11? I'm just gonna have to do some clever maneuvering.
Yeah, we shouldn't go that long past it. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to do all that maneuvering. I think we should be able to do a lot.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
I
be.
got my notes.
Right, it'll
That's
be
why I'm
you.
looking. I'm looking at my notes, and plus I want to get to the family too. I want them to be able to speak as well. So that's what I'm saying. It might go
Okay,
past
that's
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
All
all.
right. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was just gonna say, again, going back to the justification for the U.S. Freeman Project. One of the things that we have to understand, like Sister Keisha was talking about, given the timeline, and I've said this before and gotten some pushback, but I think now it's just something and one of those things that's just very self-evident that that all of these immigrant groups, even those that are heavily melanated, who I call the Afro immigrants, they will unite based on immigration status long before they will ever unite with us based on melanin and based on being quote unquote black. And so what we're seeing is that they are uniting based on immigration status, and all of these organizations are headed up. Well, the two organizations that they mentioned here today, in this live that we listened to today, they are headed up by immigrants. And so they are going to fight for their people. While, and I believe that we're well past this now, which is a great thing, while telling us that we're not supposed to advocate specifically for our people. So we're supposed
That
to
part.
fight for them, and then they get to fight for them.
And nobody fights for us.
Right. And then they just gaslight us into submission. Like I said, which I believe that we're well past that, so that's great. And that's why, I
Amen.
always say, say goodnight to the bad guy. We cannot be afraid to be the bad guy because they are going to always paint us as the bad guys for doing what's right by us, because all these other groups understand that in order for them to do right for them, they have to do bad by us, because we are the most significant ethnic group in this country that are not immigrants. And so this is one of the major reasons why it always looks like it's foundational Black Americans versus everybody, because everybody outside of us are immigrants. So even when they fight for their specific immigrant group, whether they do it by country or by region, it's something that all immigrants can benefit from. And I'll take a breath here, because this is some of the pushback that we got from other advocates, as well as some other people in New York, because our champion, Member Lucas, out of Assembly District number 60, when we were putting together our American Freeman Reparations Commission bill, she said, ask for the money, because they're already giving it to other groups. And so when our initial bill had a budget of $50 million in it to fund the, to do multiple things, not just fund the Office of Freedmen Affairs or the state level Freedmen's Bureau, right? And to fund the genealogy wing right off the back. It was also to fund the commission and, pay for experts to come in and blah, 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 to employ it, to staff it. And there was some pushback from us, but at that time, Member Lucas had already knew that these other offices, like Sister Kiesha said, the Office of New Americans, that's been there for a while. In addition to that, right, and that pot of money, there's also a mayor's office of immigrant affairs that has its own budget that's in the tens of millions, right? So those are two pots at the state and at the city level that they get to dip into for immigrant affairs, while leaving foundational Black Americans to try to fix this thing with bubble gum and duct tape and shoestrings and lint. And again, try to shame us into accepting that, because, hey, we can't just get that money. We don't got it. They pat in their pockets. Meanwhile, they're filling the coffers to the tune of $75 to $80 million for immigrants at these different agencies at the state and at the city level.
Yep. Okay, so anybody have any questions in the chat? Would you like to come up before I get to the rest of my notes? Anybody? Bueller? Okay, so good. So we're gonna keep going. I'll keep my eye out. Yeah, so we talked about, so you said you looked at the bills, right? That they mentioned, which was HR 1689 and S4 184. And I wanted to know, because I didn't have a chance to take a peek at them. I wanted to know, what were your thoughts when you took a look at those bills? And make sure, thank you so much for the gifts. And please gift the panelists. We all got full-time jobs, so we appreciate y'all gifts. Go ahead, President Devine. Lord, he's on teacup. All right. Maybe he's pulling up the bills. President Devine.
So I'm here. So they're the same bills. It's just sister bills.
Okay.
So similar to how it works here in New York, where you have to have one in each let's just call it the wing, I guess. I don't know what the actual word is. I got to look what that is. But, we have to have it in the Assembly and in the Senate. At the federal level, you have to have it in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. And so both of them are just the same bill. And just upon first looks, I'm going to go look back at it again since you called me while I was looking at it. It's asking to extend TPS services, I mean TPS status until 2029. There's no real justification for it, right? There's no detailing of, hey, this is what's going on in Haiti right now and why we need to extend it to 2029. It's just calling on Congress and calling on the Senate to extend it out to 2029 to just give them extra time for extra time's sake. And so, but here's what's important about that though, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it was in the House. I don't know if it was 1689. I got to double check that, but I do know that at a little while ago, before this Supreme Court ruling came down, and I think it was headed up by Ayanna Pressley, they used their powers and leverage to force a vote on TPS in the House of Representatives. Some while ago. I'm gonna look that up just to get the details on that. But I'm bringing that up because hey, they're pushing this legislation, right? Remember, if y'all can remember, I know she's on the way out now, but remember when Donald Trump first took office, Jasmine Crotchet, and I know that's not how you say it, she was sitting there in that seat being interviewed, and they were asking her, well, what legislation are you going to push with Trump in office? And she said, well, it's my job just to be in opposition of whatever they're trying to do. So there was no legislative plan for foundational Black Americans or anybody else for that matter. But here you see them having a plan to extend TPS. There's no, oh, the Republicans going to shoot it down. They're probably not going to support it. There's none of those excuses. There's just, hey, get these senators to sign on. Matter of fact, if you're in red states, as she said on the video, get them to sign on to the bill too. Right? So there is an urgency to have legislation crafted for them so they can get their temporary status extended. But when we're asking for specific policies, everybody is giving us the Republican deflection ass to kiss. And they're not going to do it anyway, so why even talk about it? Why even do it? And so these are the political games that's played with us. And the reason why they can't stand the Foundation Black American Grassroots is because we're not taking that bullshit for an answer anymore. It's like, well, I don't know what y'all going to do. Y'all need to figure it out. Stop putting the onus on us as the voters and put the onus on you as the people that we voted to be in there to get us the legislation that we need. Come hell or high water. I don't care how you do it.
Sister Kiesha, you have any thing to say? Oh, and that's my backup page. Yeah. There we go. That's my backup page. So y'all can follow that, But yeah. So it's not a troll. Somebody, what was it? I can't remember who it was. Anyway, they were like concerned. Is somebody, taking your picture? No, that's me. That's my backup page so that I could do this right here, what I'm doing right now. And be my own moderator if need be. Sister Keisha, do you have anything to say regarding that info?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. All right. So so we talked about the bills. TPS doctors. Yo, Kiesha nearly blew her top in the chat. Talk about if there's a TPS doctor, she was like, I'm suing everybody, And so it's interesting that they're saying that, and I'm curious to know, like, is that even possible? If you could have a medical license while being on TPS, like, does anyone know? I'm really curious about that. I want y'all to think about the fact that she was talking about all those free supplies that they're giving out, diapers and things for the kids and all this kind of stuff. Where is that happening for us, for foundational Black Americans, for the people who actually built this country? We're not able to access those type of things. Then she said, they wanted a 32-day extension just to understand what was happening. You can't understand, take your behind home. Roger, go home. That's all you need. You need 32 days to understand. Roger, go home. She said that the healthcare industry will crumble. What? And see, and here's the thing. This is why it's also treason. Our healthcare industry, even if that was true, which we know it's not, even if that was true, our healthcare industry should not be heavily reliant on temporary status people. We should be you shouldn't be taking these kind of programs out of the schools so that we can have people who are actual citizens to be able to hold these positions. It's just an asinine concept. And they talked about the meatpacking industry will crumble. It's very interesting they talk about the meatpacking industry because they spoke about the meatpacking industry in the book what's that book by Roy Beck? Help me out, guys.
Back of the Hiring Line.
Back of the Hiring Line by Roy Beck. Roy Beck. I gotta go get the book. It's on my bookshelf. And so, when they talked about specifically the meatpacking industry and how we were pushed out of it by cheap, because it's not easy work, and by cheaper labor, because we had formed unions to force them to pay us a certain amount, and this was back in the day. And as soon as we did that, that's when they started bringing in all these other people to do the work. And so I know I said a lot. So President Divine, Sister Kiesha, do y'all have any comments on that?
Let me give another component too. When she talked about the healthcare industry, and what a lot of people aren't talking about, it's a shakedown operation. And what you have is a lot of legal immigrants who get their family members and friends who aren't legal jobs in these professions. They are horrible at the jobs, but they are also shaking down their friends and family. So let's say I'm legal and Breuck isn't, and I get Breuck the job at the hospital. Every time she get paid, she gonna kick me back $100. This is what's happening.
You have to do it.
Yep. You have to do it. So this is what's happening. Another component that they aren't talking about, which is, again, is a criminal operation.
It's you do it, or I call immigration. I call ICE on you. Like, they'll call ICE on each other. Please don't think that they you know what I'm saying? They sit there and make you feel bad or whatever for calling ICE. They will call ICE on. They threaten ICE with each other. So it's you give me $100 or I call ICE on you, right? Because they know that their status is illegal. President Divine, you have anything?
No. Yeah. I don't think I have anything on that. You can keep going.
Okay. Let's extend it to the chat. Does the chat have any comments they would like to come up and share with us? Okay. The meat pack we were talking about, yes, the meat packing industry. Yo, y'all really got to get that book by Roy Beck. When she was talking about ICE, them and the kickbacks, I also want people to realize that because she said this later, that's later down in my notes, but we might as well talk about that now. They're like, the people need legal representation that they can trust, right? And so if because they're having issues where they are scamming each other with the legals, telling you, pay me $10,000 and I'll represent you in immigration court, and then nobody shows up. I need my co-host to help me out here.
Got you. Yeah, and that's important because it kind of goes, I know it's a little bit off topic, but I'm going to tie it in. When we talk about this wealth transfer that we're in the middle of, and people are talking about the concept of convenience, right? This is one of the things that allows these foreign businesses to have the levels of convenience that people have grown accustomed to without the cost skyrocketing to you, right? The cost isn't passed on to the customer. And the reason why is because they do get each other into these vulnerable positions and scam them and essentially will employ each other. In addition to the kickbacks that Sister Kiesha talked about, that is definitely something I've seen firsthand at the job, and others have talked about. Um, what we also see, especially, and not maybe not too often in the Caribbean community that I'm aware of, right? But definitely when we talk about the Asian community, where they are literally employing, um, slave labor essentially, right? Where these people aren't even getting a check or getting paid; they're working off the debt for whatever this other person allowed them to, help them, quote unquote, help them with. And so when they complain or they brag, no, not necessarily brag, but when they try to pathologize our people about the crimes that we commit and what we do to each other, understand this is what they do to each other all day long. And these are the more productive of their group, right? Because we're talking about people just doing it to each other on a job. So if they're doing it to each other in quote unquote polite society, imagine what they're doing to each other at the street level business level. And I land there.
Yo, well, I say yes, they do do that to each other with the slave labor and slave times as well. So the next thing, I need y'all to help me out. I'm sorry, guys.
Sister Keisha, you got anything on that?
Yeah. Also, too, family, I want you to understand this. As Brother Divine said, we have no, and I mean no, political representation specifically for us. And you have political representation specifically for the LGBTQ. You have specific representation for Ukrainians. You have specific representation for the hat community, immigrants. We're the only ones don't have specific representation for us, even though in the largest numbers, we are the ones who go into the polls and keeping folks in office, whether it's on the left or the right. And I want you to grasp exactly what I'm saying to you. We are the ones that hold this whole thing together, and everybody feeds off of us like a caucus. And that to me is a problem. Now, when I mentioned how they had these kickback programs amongst themselves, they also threaten each other. So, for example, if I have a home and I'm a legal immigrant and I move in Brother Divine into my home and he just got here, he just getting things set up. But if he don't give me no money, I'll throw him to the street. So now Divine goes to the government for housing, right? For public assistance, for free health care. We are paying for all of this. All for 350,000 folks who should not be here in the first place. So as the Tweety lawyer was talking about, it's temporary based on the current conditions. The only problem in Haiti right now is the capital city, Port-au-Prince. Only certain neighborhoods of Port-au-Prince. The rest of Haiti is fine. People vacation there every day. We showed that last night on Thorough Black Talk. The rest of the country is fine. The problem is they can't get access to the American dollar. They can't get access to 24-hour power. They can't get access to 24-hour Wi-Fi. So if they're doing so great, if they are the muck and mire of this employment entity that we have here in the States, why they can't take that same energy back home? They don't want to because it's not paying them the way they do here. They can't get free health care. They have to pay for their children to go to school. In most of these Caribbean countries, they have to pay for their children to go to school. Meanwhile, in black neighborhoods, schools are being shut down left, right, and center. And in the meantime, they are stuffing these illegals into classrooms. Classrooms that should have been set for 20 children, now holding 40 children in a classroom. And you wonder why a lot of these children can't read. One of the high schoolers, I was watching her interview, she said most of them on TPS can't even speak the language. So they don't have interpreters in the classroom. They got to take their time with them. So the rest of the people who are far advanced, they got to sit and wait for these fools to catch up. Mind you, like I said, you got 21-year-olds in freshman classes. This is a problem. This is a problem. And we have to be our own advocates here. So whatever city and state you living in, if you have political representation that is for TPS in any way, it's your responsibility to reach out and let them know you don't stand for that. And why? If you see illegals around you, you better do something about it. Because here in New York, all of these illegals don't have employment. They laying in the parks. I ride my bike along the Bell Parkway here in Brooklyn. They laying out in the parks. They don't have no place to go. And the last winter that we had, you had people who were sleeping in garbage cans. Literally getting in garbage cans to keep warm and keep out of the snow. So this is what's happening. It's already overcrowded in these cities. Whether it's New York, Chicago, LA, it's already crowded. We can't take no more. New York is about to bust. So you have to be your own advocates. Thankfully, we have a lobbying group, which is the U.S. Freedmen's Project, that everybody should be in support of. Because nobody else is doing it. Nobody. Now I want you to think about that. We have no lobbying group or organization for us, specifically for us. Even Kamala Harris, when she was asked the question, would she do anything specifically for us about reparations? She said, no, I'm not going to do anything specifically for them. Because anything that they get will help everybody. We are the caucus for everybody to feed off of. She said that in our face. So when I saw black people advocating, talking about they vote for Kamala Harris, you should go ram your head through the wall. Because something is not clicking up there. You're worse than an Alzheimer's patient. You're not too bright. So we got to be our own advocates. We got to support groups that are fighting for us. That's the only way we're going to survive out here. Everybody trying to put the nail in our coffin. And no words were ever truer than when Dr. Claude Anderson said, we're going to have to fight everybody. And that's where it's at. I know people who have left the U.S., black people who have left the U.S. and live in other countries. You can't find none of them involved in the government issues of that country that they moved to. We don't do that. No other group has a moral compass. How can you come here and tell the country you fled to seek refuge in, you're going to tell us how the government should work? How dare you? You having Zoom meetings with 100 people, 200 people on how to tell us how our government should work. Nah, Tweety, go back to Haiti and fix that. That's the government you should be working on. Our people coming home, 350,000, how can we make this work? But they don't want to do that. All of these fleers are freeloaders. Every last one of them. And I'll land there.
You're absolutely right. And thank y'all so much. So the next thing we talked about, the healthcare crumble. She said, out of many, one is the foundation of this country. Well, since when? We ain't in Jamaica. That is not. It's justice and freedom for all. It's not out of one many. They are so confused with where they are. They're constantly talking and bringing up like that is not here. That was absolutely ridiculous when she said that, and I was like, "And you're not even Jamaican, you Haitian. That's the Jamaicans country saying." Okay. Then they said giving up is not an option. She said, Tweety Bird said giving up is not an option. How is giving up not an option? But you gave up Haiti. I'm confused as to when you give up and when you don't give up. You gave up on your own country where you are the majority to come here to not give up on temporary status. Make that make sense. And, I'm going to extend it to my panel. Do you guys have anything you want to say about that?
Ain't no
Help
out
me
of
out,
one
guys.
come many. Ain't no out of one come many. Since when? We are the only group outside of the Germans with the longest lineage here in this country. The only group, including your current president. His grandfather was a fleer. So nobody can tell me nothing. A fleer, a dope dealer, and a pimp. That's what he was. Period. So now, the reason why, they went and messed up the vote on birthright citizenship, because he could be sent back somewhere.
Yep.
And they didn't look at that aspect. Stephen Miller didn't look at that part. He could be sent back somewhere. We are the only group that cannot be. And they know it. That's why everybody is against us. Everybody.
Absolutely. President Divine, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, and I was just thinking about it as this thing was going on, and just the next steps. This one is more of a surefire decision that is already being acted on. But I think in the future, we need to add stipulations to this TPS, to where if you're on TPS, you should not be able to make any permanent decisions. And so, if your status is already temporary, any permanent decisions, especially when we're talking about children, especially in light of what's going on with birthright citizenship, there should be a clause that says that TPS is immediately revoked if you have children while you're on a temporary status. That should not be something that you're allowed to do, or allowed to have, because that's a decision, right? If you are already pregnant and you got TPS, that's a different scenario, right? But in the instance where you are not, and this goes for whether you are a man or a woman, obviously it'll probably be a little bit harder to track if you're the man, but either way, I think it needs to be tracked. And if you are having children or have been found to have children while you on this TPS, that needs to get revoked immediately, and that would end a lot of the incentive to try to anchor your way into this country, knowing that you were given a temporary status. And that kind of goes, and y'all already know, I always find my way back to Pan-Africanism, the religion and the cult of Pan-Africanism. See, it's downright disrespectful to accept temporary protective status, understanding what you're getting yourself into, knowing that it's temporary, and then start expecting permanent results, and or trying to find and figure out ways to weasel permanence, if that's even a word, out of temporary status. But again, going back toward Pan-Africanism and the way in which the PSYOP was designed to denationalize us so that we didn't give a damn about the country either. That was what their goal was for us, so that if we don't care about it, if we don't give a shit about it, when these other foreigners come in, when these tethers come in and pull the same scams they do in their homeland, in our homeland, if we have no connection to it, we just gonna let it fly. We're not gonna really care about it. But now that we care, and now that we are staking a claim in our homeland, now it's a problem and an issue because they can't do what they really want to do in the face of, whether we like this term or like this title for ourselves or not, the moral conscience of this country. And that's what they can't stand. And I don't know if anybody has ever had this experience, but I can speak for myself. If you've ever been around a bunch of drinkers and you're not a heavy drinker, you ever see how the people that are start to act a little bit differently around you and even get uncomfortable around you when they're trying to do what they really want to do, but they know that you don't? Similar to like if you're somebody that doesn't curse, right? And somebody comes around as a sailor with the curse words, and they'll almost have this level of reverence or respect for you, or at least it's just out of comfortability that they won't do it around you. That is what we represent when we don't take up the religion and belief doctrine of Pan-Africanism, which says hate America as much as these other immigrants that are coming in but benefiting off of it. But when we don't do that and we stand on our lineage, now all of a sudden those same groups that want to come around us and badmouth America, talk shit about the evil empire as a whole, all of a sudden they get real uncomfortable. You start coming around us and trying to tell us what we're owed and what we're not owed from this country and how we should feel about the country that our ancestors built. And I think that's another part of it that needs to be highlighted, because they're angry with us that they can't move how they want to move in what they label and what they call a transient country, while we call it our homeland.
Mm-hmm. Yo, and what you said was so valid when you talked about the TPS parameters. Absolutely. Like, you should not, like, the Kiesha sent me a video earlier, and I wish I could play it. I don't know. Look. I don't know if I could get a chance to do that, but she sent me a video earlier where they're talking about how they have a baby that has and they said it in this video. They have a baby that has a Dominican status, that is a citizen of the Dominican Republic, and they're Haitian, and now both of them are here, and they don't know what to do about the children. And so the video that she sent me was they got Mexican status and El Salvadorian status or citizenship of these kids. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to do this. Like, where is the personal responsibility for having children that have all of these different statuses, and now you're trying to scramble on how you can get them all together? Take them all back to Haiti. Like, look, that is your problem. And nobody, like I said, nobody cares when our families are separated. No one cares. And we're all citizens of this here United States. So I think that is like a very important that should be part of the thing. You should have to come down and take a pregnancy test. And if you are deemed pregnant, then you got to go. And the Trump administration could be looking into that, especially since they were not able to get the citizenship, birthright citizenship, corrected, because it should be corrected. Right now it is incorrect. That is not the initial intent of what the 14th Amendment was for. So until he can get that corrected, I definitely think that should be. Y'all make sure y'all do y'all daily heart me's and gift the panel. And I'm gonna, leave it up to President Sis Kiesha. Do you have anything you can say? Help me out here. And if anybody wants to come up and ask questions, now is the time.
You got countries like Australia who don't play these kind of games. You got countries like the Netherlands that don't play these type of games. You can't come in and have babies, and now your baby is a citizen. And what they doing is like the Asians. They'll come here, have an anchor baby, even though they came in illegally. When a child turns 18, that child can now apply for citizenship for their parents. And nobody is also looking at that component. This is crazy. This is insane. And I wish people would look, into the early presidents of this country who said that these things would be a problem. And I don't know, I think Breuck mentioned it last night. The lawyer that they used to correct the 14th Amendment was weak in his argument. When the justices were asking him for more detail, he just kept repeating the same thing. I'm like, are you dumb? Just give them the history. Who it was meant for. The legislation is clear. But they don't want to use that because, believe it or not, both parties are paying these entities. It's a shell game that's going on. This is the biggest game of three-card Monte I ever seen.
Like and share the live, guys.
It's crazy. And so now you have 350,000 people who are taking up low-income apartments, who are buying homes. How that happened is beyond me. Because anybody, especially in New York, anybody know the process of buying a home. It's crazy here in New York.
Yeah,
how do they get past that?
How are they deemed safe candidates? I'm trying to think of the words for a mortgage when you don't even have you know what I'm saying? Like how are they deemed not a risk for a mortgage? Like that doesn't make sense when you're not even permanent in the country, which means you don't permanently have a job. How are they deemed qualified for I'm really confused on that.
Yeah, I want to see the process because I definitely want to see the process and how that works. Because you can be in another country and purchase property here in the United States. Anybody could do that. You got people from Dubai and other countries in China who purchase property here in the States. Anybody can. But they have to have either paying cash for these properties, number one, or number two, have a standing with a banking institution that they know that they're overseas and they're buying these properties for whatever purpose. Who's paying? Because if I'm paying your living expense, if I'm paying for, as the taxpayer, we're paying your living expense, we're paying for your health care, and you got a job, you got the capital to buy a house, but I don't. Something is not right here.
It's crazy.
All these low-income apartments, who the hell are they going to? This is why you have such enclaves in Queens, in Brooklyn,
Little Haiti.
Yeah, this is how you have these enclaves. But who's renting to them? I'll tell you who, the hats. That's who own those apartments.
You ain't lying.
It's a circle. I'll tell you, this is the big shell game. Who are the legal representation? The hats. Everybody is feeding here. Everybody getting money. Money hand over fist. But we got to stick with a goddamn study on reparations?
Yo, when you said that the hats are renting to them, you ain't lying. Because here's the thing. When it comes to these programs, right, they have to come and inspect your place. Right. And so a lot of people don't really want to be a program landlord because they don't really want the state to be in a business like that. They got to come and make sure you have this and you have that and you have this and you have like that. And so, but the small hats, they are the ones that are overseeing the inspections, right? Because they're in the offices and they can get away with this kind of stuff. So they don't mind, having these inspections and all these type of things. So they get this, and then not only that, but they also have it in with the what's the word I'm looking for? My goodness, because I'm doing so many things at one time. Like my brain is failing me on certain words, but They are the ones when they kick you out. What's the word? Lord have mercy.
Eviction.
Evict you.
Evictions. They have the in with the evictions. They have the lawyers. They have the in with the eviction courts. All of these things. So when you miss $1, they already started the eviction process. So if your voucher runs out and you miss that dollar, or you're not paying your half of your, they already got this, as opposed to other landlords who don't have that type of legal backing, who don't have those type of connections in the eviction offices. So when she was talking about, the small hats being the primary landlords, she was not lying about that at all. President Devine, you have anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, I was gonna say also on top of that too.
Or Sister Kiesha, I'm sorry, I did cut Sister Kiesha off. Were you done? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to that point, we don't even know what those Teenage Mutant Ninja Small Hats was doing in the sewers, right? We don't even know. So the amount of things that they get a chance to get away with, because of how well they're connected, man, listen, they could be doing any and everything when it comes to, these topics and things. Look what they were doing in the 70s, right? That helped create hip hop for us. The slum lords that was, burning down their own property, and getting the insurance money. So, they've been on this type of time, been on it. So I would not be surprised if they were in cahoots at all, on all levels with it. And I also would not be shocked and surprised if that once the smoke clears and we start seeing some more of this paperwork, I wouldn't be surprised if the organizations like the ones that were on this call are the actual co-signers, right, on some of these paperworks for these homes and for these apartments. Because remember, that was one of the things that was going on during the illegal alien crisis. What we found out, because they was like, yeah, illegal aliens can't get this and can't get that and can't get this and can't get that, and it was all these front organizations that was the name or entity on the paperwork, while letting them be the one that actually gets it, right? So they're doing all manner of things, right? All types of things when it comes to how these scams are being ran, like you said, because it's almost akin to when the police investigate themselves. That is what's happening with a lot of these organizations. They're auditing themselves.
Right.
So if nobody else comes in like a Trump that disrupts the system and says, hold on, what y'all doing over there? They can get away with it forever. And that's what they've been doing up until he got his ass back in office, right? Like, they would look at what they were doing with this immigration process, right? They just kept extending it on the low.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still here on a temporary status for that earthquake that happened 1,000 years ago? I don't forgot that earthquake happened. Y'all probably had another one since then. How are you still here off the first one? And this is what they do. And so, when we say, and I land here, when we say we dodged in, it gets the Democrat shills all up in arms, but who gives a damn? When we say we dodged a bullet with Kamala Harris not getting the chance to get up in there.
Facts.
Again, nothing happens in the political vacuum. All these things that are up for debate and getting knocked down and getting challenged, all of these things would be business as usual. We wouldn't even know about the TPS thing.
Yep. If anyone has any questions, request up. We're going to take questions, throughout the time. We're going to do one at a time, just for, because I don't really know what I'm doing, and I just want to, but make sure you gift the panelists, gift President Devine and Sister Kiesha, and I appreciate any gifts. And make sure you like and share the live. You know what I'm saying? We up to what? We up to 91K. Come on, let's get it up there. Let's get it up there. Okay. So yeah, we talked about the children that you know what I'm saying, that they have all over the place with all different. They got one child with a citizenship status in Central South America, one in Dominican Republic, and one here. It's too much. Like, They were talking about how they got to figure out a way to get temporary status to be permanent. And the reason why you're on 30 years of temporary status is because this government never ever meant for you to be permanent. That's what y'all don't understand. It was never meant for you. It was always from the beginning. That's why they gave you temporary status, because it was never ever meant. It was always thought that you would go home. You were not meant, that the temporary status was not issued to you for you to become a citizen. Okay. And don't forget to do your daily heart meets, okay? Because I'm getting notices about people who not doing their daily heart meets, which I didn't even know that they did, but I could see who didn't do their daily heart meets. So I need y'all to go ahead and do that, because it's giving me things. Yes. So President Devine mentioned this about Trump, and about the nursing and how we had our own nursing programs. And I want people to understand that when we had our own nursing programs, they changed the status to be a professional degree, right? And so when Trump reversed that, everyone took that as a way of saying that that profession was not, thank you so much, that profession was not a professional degree. No, what he was doing was taking it out of the hands of these schools that make it harder for us to be able to get into, and easy for all of these other people. Kiesha, you have any thoughts on that? Help me out.
Just for some clarity too, you have to remember that a lot of these politicians, like Yvette Clarke, they rely on illegals so that they can keep their district numbers up. And she said that she need them in her district so that she can remain in office. And we also showed on Thorough Black Talk how people are illegal in registering to vote. And
Yep.
that's a problem. So it's like one hand wash the other, both hands wash the face. And that's what they're doing. And everybody leaving us dirty out here.
Absolutely. I see President Devon is on teacup, and I think that was his phone ringing. But absolutely. She said we are all safe when immigrants are safe. Tell that to the parents whose children have been violated by these illegals. We have all types of, New York is a madhouse right now with all the things that are happening from these illegals and these people that are here, but they're talking about we are all safe. No, they're letting it, the problem is that they let the door open and let anybody in here. Our young brother Cyrus Belton in South Carolina would be alive right now if they did not let somebody with a criminal record from Asia over here. Because from what I just posted a video today that it was found out that he has a criminal record from various countries in Asia. So this is the problem that we're having. You're letting anybody, you're not vetting. Also, if you read the book that my big sis Kiesha put me on to, the book Invisible Coup. Matter of fact, they got it used finally on Amazon. I bought me a couple, you know what I'm saying, a couple books. Yeah, take a look at that book, and it talks about the fact that how they just slowly started stopping or loosening the vetting processes and not making sure that people didn't have criminal records, and making sure that, you know, that people were okay. It used to be that immigration was only for people who could benefit this country, and now it's just, you know, open the door and people who benefit people who benefit from the country instead of us benefiting from them are the ones that are being let in. And this is a problem. And so let me see what else. Where else would I talk about? I said the immigrants' neighbors. Oh, the two organizations that they talked about, which was Neighbors Link and Haitian Bridge Alliance, giving these people, free legal representation. And so we also need to look into these organizations and how could we, I don't know, take them down or do something. I don't know, because it shouldn't even like Big Sis Keish said earlier, that these organizations should be brought up on charges for helping illegals, for helping people circumvent the law, and it should be illegal and treason to the country to be able to do the things that they've been doing. right? And so we talked about that they've been scamming each other with the fake legal representation. We talked about that. We talked about the kids from other statuses. And so you notice that she said right now we have birthright citizenship because they know that that birthright citizenship is still on shaky ground. And so, you know, we're gonna continue to take a look at that and watch they celebrating a little too early, because we're gonna continue to watch that and see where it goes, because I believe that there's gonna be a time, because look, we not even complete with year one with Trump yet, right? We only a half a year in. They ain't gonna stop with that birthright citizenship. They gonna keep picking at it. So we're gonna see where it goes. And you know, shout out to Clarence Thomas for standing on lineage business. We've had our issues with him in the past, but when it came down to it, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't going to let that happen. And this is why they don't really like us to be in certain positions, because when it comes down to it, we going to stand on lineage business, okay? And so, yeah, we talked about the fact that they were giving out free deliveries, or the free food and diapers, and now they're trying to get more supplies for these people. And then now they want you, if you can't even come get it, they want to bring it to you. They want to come bring you a delivery. Imagine that. Imagine if, you know, foundational Black Americans who were in some sort of trouble, or, you know what I'm saying, financial troubles, could have that type of support, where if you can't afford diapers and milk, somebody actually brings it to you. You don't have to go to an office and fight a bunch of people who's trying to deny you for every freaking thing. We don't have that type of support going on, and it's a shame, because they got $80 million for the Office of New Americas, and this is how they fund all the things that they're doing, along with other ways.
Also, too, you know, we have our own issues with the letter crew, right? The LGBT. Now we gotta
Right.
take in theirs too. So it's double zesty, triple zesty over here. And nobody is looking at that component, because they are having these people work in these schools with our children.
Oh,
And
that
when it
was
comes
next.
to,
Don't get ahead of me
oh,
yet. Don't
okay,
get ahead of me yet. Come on, you know I was on my notes.
All right, I'm gonna let you rock out.
No, because I'll come. You know, I'm gonna come back to you. Don't get ahead of me. I'm trying to go down the notes. Hold on. Let's see. Yes. So Michael in the chat had mentioned that they're openly talking about subverting DHS. I know Kiesha got some thoughts on that one. So yeah. So how do you feel about them openly talking about getting around the law for these illegals, and aiding and abetting people who are illegal and who are committing crimes against the country, crimes and treason against the country? How you feel about that, Kiesha?
This is why when we were on the last Zoom call, I made a formal complaint with the Ethics Committee, the Federal Ethics Committee, against Yvette Clarke,
Yo, she
against
don't play.
Hakeem Jeffrey,
Y'all make
against
sure y'all get
Rashad.
y'all.
I made a formal complaint against them, and we have to do that more often. You have rights.
I wonder if that's why they weren't on this Zoom.
If they were silent, because I definitely made a formal complaint against all of them.
Because you notice, like, it should have been all of them on the Zoom, but they weren't there.
Yeah, because they being investigated as they should be.
See, she
as
don't be
they
playing.
should be.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just thought about that.
But we got to be able to do that more often. You know, don't just sit and twiddle your fingers. You know, you have a right. You don't want these folks here? Make a formal complaint to your legislator. And if they don't respond back to you, send an email to the Ethics Committee if they're not doing their job. So when people get mad, well, Trump is on this one's back. He's on that one's back. He should, because we're making complaints. That's what he's supposed to do. So he's not doing anything wrong. They are doing things wrong. They are breaking the law. So they talking about, you know, this issue with DHS. Well, that's the Department of Homeland Security. So you go right on ahead. You go right on ahead. And that's why, you have these right wingers who are talking about Ayanna Presley's money, Ilhan Omar's money, AOC money, when they getting their bread from. Because believe it or not, a lot of these Dems are being funded by outside governments. Those folks don't want them back over there. The Haitians and Haiti don't want them back. They only want them to keep sending them money so they can keep scamming their loved ones over here, because that's what they do. There are videos online that talk about that as well. It's a whole game of three-card Monte that's going on here. Everybody getting money hand over fist, but us. We stuck on a study, on an illegal bill. Now, how diabolical is that? That's crazy. So this woman, Tweety, or whatever her name is, she can talk all that stuff all she wants. But they got 7 days to hightail it up out of here.
7 days.
Take that $2,600, get that plane ticket, so you don't get thrown on the ground and body slammed by ICE. Don't cry, because your children, you got to figure out a place or somebody to take care of your kids. Take them back with you. You had them, take them back. You didn't care about this separation when you laid down and had them. Don't care now. I got to worry about our kids, our youth, who nobody seems to care about. When the woman was talking about, coming up with ways to bring them diapers and formula, did the Haitians figure out a way to help Carmelo Anthony when he was locked down in his home? Did the Haitians figure out ways to get money and resources to Cyrus Belton's parents? The answer is no. And they riding around, a lot of them, who do taxi drivers. I had an incident last month. They had the beginning of the stoop set here in New York, in Brooklyn. So it was a big event. I wasn't there. I was at a relative's house who lived nearby. So normally, if I pay for an Uber to come from my house to where I was going, it's like $45 ride. But on this particular day, Uber and Lyft were price gouging. They were charging $120 each way. So what we did was we called local cab companies. Now, these local cab companies are the ones who are hiring these immigrants. So we get in the cab with a Haitian driver, and I'm talking to my cousin who was older than me. She's sitting in the front seat, and I'm in the back with 2 children. I says, I got $60 in my pocket. I didn't get a chance to go to the bank. She said, I got it. Don't worry about it. He turns around and says, normally, we use Zelle, and we take the money up front. I said, so what if you knock me in my head? You got away with my money, and you might as well take my life. So he started laughing. So he says, this is a Haitian driver. He says, no, he said, a lot of times, it's the black people who rob us. I said, hold on. So my cousin looked back at me because she know I'm about to get in. So she texts me while she's sitting in front. She said, Kiesha, please, we got these 2 babies in the car. Please don't do nothing. So I said, okay. I said, what kind of black people are you talking about? So he said, black people. When I pick them up, a lot of times they don't want to pay me. I said, you mean immigrants, right? He said, no, black people. I said, how you know who's an immigrant and who's not? I said, I know you're an immigrant. He said, how do you know that? Your accent.
I can hear you.
So, in the back seat, I'm steaming. So when I drop my cousin off and one of the children, then I go to my stop. So I let the child out of the vehicle, told the child to go in the house. My husband was waiting on the porch. I told her child to go in the house. I went completely ballistic. Then I
I
took
know
the
you
money
did.
and I dropped it on the curb so he can get out and pick it up off the ground. I said, "Look at you scrambling like an animal, the animal that you are." And he said something in this toity-toity language. But they feel comfortable to say that kind of crap to us. Because the government gave them that comfortability.
Yep.
That's why they'll come to our hearings and tell us we don't deserve reparation. How dare you? So when the Haitians start advocating for lineage-based reparations for Black Americans, then I'll say something. Till then, y'all better hightail. You got 7 days. Work it out.
And let's not forget that Solanges, who is a Haitian American, purposely, she knew that a race-based bill was unconstitutional because President Devine met with her and told her to her freaking face. And then after she was told and informed, she ghosted them. So we specifically, out of all the New York leadership, we specifically have Haitian Americans standing in the way of our reparations. Specifically. In fact, she just put a video. I had all my people on Instagram. I had them spam her or troll her in the comments because she put up a video, talking about all the people that are coming to her office regarding TPS and them losing their jobs. Yeah, because here's the thing: nobody and they shouldn't have had them in the first place. And well, they were legal at the time, but so now that's going to open up jobs for everybody else. Look how I just saw a video about college students graduating college and how they're having a hard time finding work. This is perfect. This is the perfect time. They just graduated. All of these college students need little entry level jobs. And this is the problem. A lot of these people have these entry level jobs. You sit in there fighting for what do you call it, minimum wage to be increased. You are not supposed to be able to take care of a family of 4 on a minimum wage job. When I was 14 years old and I got my working papers, I made minimum wage. So if you're raising minimum wage, you're pricing out the 14-year-olds like how I was. Somebody's going to pay a 14-year-old $20 an hour to work at McDonald's? No, they're not going to do that. They're going to get robots to do it. You understand what I'm saying? And so this is the problem. They're very short-sighted, and because they only have themselves in mind and only themselves to think about, they refuse to look at the long-term effects of what's happening. And that is why it's called an invisible coup. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't understand how they are bringing down the country from within with these stupid short-sighted laws and everything that they're breaking. And truth be told, they want to bring down the country. That's why they sit there and talking about it's Babylon and it's this and it's that, because they don't like this country. They want to scam and suck and feed off this country like vampires, but they don't like this country. They you know what I'm saying? And they want to love the country that never showed them any love, which is why they are here. It's diabolical. It's like, I guess it's like that parent, a lot of people talk about this, like when you have an absent parent, the child always has this affinity for that absent parent, even though the parent that was there did all the hard work and the heavy lifting. And we're not talking about like a mom who pushed the father out the life and that's why the father's not there. We're just talking about somebody who ran off. It could be a woman, it could be a man, whatever parent ran off. Even kids that are adopted, because they have this idealistic view of that parent that's not here. Oh, you know what I'm saying? For people who are adopted, my mother was, a CEO and she just couldn't, but they have no idea who they were. And that's how they look at their home countries. You know what I'm saying? This idealistic view of their home country, when this is the country that actually gave you something, but they have no love for this country. They don't try to protect this country. They don't even, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I know I said a lot. Do y'all have anything y'all want to say about what I said? And if there's anybody that has any questions, if you want to come up, please, feel free to do so. President Divine, you haven't said anything in a while. You got anything you want to say?
Yeah, I think in regards to what Sister Kiesha was talking about with their comfortability, right? Um, this is something that it's almost like I forgot what I used to call it the law of familiarity, right? Familiarity. Since I can't really pronounce that word that good, I kind of don't use that anymore. But it's like when if you're married, right, and you're married for a long time, you can tell your spouse because it works both ways something, and they're looking at you like, yeah, all right, and then a complete stranger to come up and tell that same spouse the very same thing, and it sounds like gospel truth. Now it sounds like, oh man, you were so smart about that, and you looking like at your wife, or you look at your husband like, I just said that to you last night, right? And so because you're so familiar with that person, you start to take them for granted. It's like something that's so natural that happens, right? And so I'm bringing up that example to say this. They are so comfortable around us, and we've helped to make them so comfortable because we know what uncomfortable feels like in your home country where you're supposed to be comfortable at. They have started to take us for granted.
Mm-hmm.
And also what happens when you start to take someone for granted is that intentional and unintentional disrespect starts to take place.
Yep.
And that's where we sit now with these Afro immigrants that have come into our country, using our hard work and investment and sacrifice, living off of our hospitality. And then they come in and overvalue their contributions and their presence, right? And it's something that delineation corrects. And that, we always say the reasons why and highlight and why they get so angry with us and why they're so butthurt and why, they're all in their feelings, because these are all the things that stop the further down the line delineation goes. And I'll use that as the segue to go right back to what you were talking about, because we got to let the family know and highlight that, yes, Senator Sanders is what he is, right? We know what he did and have told the family about him and his snakish ways.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just our reparations bill that Assemblywoman Szalages, one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful woman in the assembly, that is an honorary member of the Haitian Roundtable.
That's right. Which she tried to deny.
Whose motto is, as Haitians, we are the keepers of our legacy.
Mm.
She not only did everything that Breuck said she did in regards to the reparations legislation, she also did not sign on to and push the delineation bill.
Come on.
But she had every opportunity to do so. Understand, because we're getting into representation and we're getting into the law of familiarity, right? But also that comfortability of disrespect. Assemblymember Szalages is the chairwoman of the Black Caucus here in New York. And due to blanket blackness and the influence of the doctrine of Pan-Africanism, that sounds like something that should be business as usual. That sounds like something that we should wholeheartedly respect and accept and expect. Right? Oh, yeah, she's black like us. But when you have a hostile foreigner that is going to position and prioritize her people while using the caucus that our people created, now the problem becomes crystal clear on why we can no longer depend on and promote racial politics. She's stopping us from getting a federally, well, she can't, not federally, because that's at the federal level.
Right, state
But
level.
she's stopping us at the state level from having an ethnic designation with which to receive specific set-asides and resources and contracts and initiatives, while fighting for non-citizens and temporarily protected folks to get specific set-asides, resources, and initiatives for themselves, and asking us to join in and help, because despite popular belief, there is not enough of them to move this legislation, and that's what they're really mad at us about. They don't want to respect us, but they have to respect our numbers, because they can't do it alone.
That's right.
And they want to be able to respect our numbers while disrespecting us.
Or use our numbers.
But yeah, either way, yep. But while still applying those levels of disrespect. And it's just no more. That's all. It's no more. You so big and bad. You founded and built Chicago. You created Louisiana in the palm of your hand.
They paid for it.
Go right. Go vote for TPS. Go get all those senators and Congress people to allow you to stay in the country for a couple of more years until you need to extend it again, because you don't want to go back.
Get somebody
but
else
you're
to
so
do
proud of that same country that you don't want to go back to. It don't make sense in reality. It only makes sense in their mind and in the reality that Pan-Africanism created for them.
Come on. Kiesha?
That's just dangerous. That's so dangerous. But, I hope in 7 days that little Haiti is surrounded by DHS. And go up in them buildings and in those schools and in those homes and get those folks up out of here. By hook or crook. Get them out of here. And I want it blasted all over the news. 24/7. Because I want the world to see. This is how you take care of criminals. And it's that way, and it has to be that harsh. And I'll tell you why. Because if it's not harsh, you're setting yourself up for the next wave. It has to be harsh.
It has to be.
And these are the sacrificial lambs. They made themselves that, because you could have left. You still can leave. You got something, you can go. You can go. And it should no longer be a coward's playground. And that's what's been happening here in the States. You let the illegals have a pastime paradise up in here. It's crazy. So I'm looking forward to it. I want these attorneys arrested. I want these politicians arrested and tried for treason. Because there is a way they can do it. Excuse me. I don't know if the government, federal government, want to put the resources behind it. But they can absolutely be brought up on charges because they have worked since the late 90s to set up entities and operations how to aid and abet criminals.
Absolutely.
But if my grandson want lemonade stand outside, it's a problem.
He could get
But
arrested.
delinquents can have all kind of jobs. It's not a problem. I have no empathy for none of them.
And here in New York, there's all type of like you should see the outside selling of things with limited permits. We got the Hispanics that are selling mangoes, and we seen them. They actually cutting up the food in the train station, which is nasty. Where's the health department with kids on their back? What is going on here? President Devine, you have anything to say? Help me out.
You know, speaking of that too, you have a Black American family, a foundational Black American family, who during the time of Easter, here in East New York, Brooklyn, have always stood on one particular corner to sell, like, you know, their balloons and flowers and things of that nature for Easter and Valentine's Day. That I've always seen them for years. You ride past, you'll see this family out there. It was the father, and now the daughter has taken over. Do you know that they forced that Black woman off that corner so that a non-English speaking Hispanic could sell goods on that same corner? That's evil. That's evil. To even want to do that. The Spanish woman could have went down the block. Why she wanted this corner? Because this corner is hot. And there's not one politician said a darn thing about that in the area of East New York. Not one said anything. Not the city council, not the assembly, not the congressman. Nobody said nothing about that. They kept their mouths shut. And that bothers me. That family been out there for more than 20 years. I remember riding past back in the days and see that family on that corner selling their goods. And now you push them out for somebody who can't even speak English to come and sell goods in a Black American neighborhood? That's wicked. You had another woman in Harlem, had her food truck confiscated and stopped. The woman was selling food on her truck for years, sold food to make room for an immigrant? What the hell is going on here? This is crazy. So this is where we at, family. So I'm looking forward to 7 days. I'm getting my popcorn with lots of butter and sit and watch. It's time
We
to talk.
just got a
the reporting,
misinformation
too.
restriction.
Uh-oh.
So who? Hold on. Keep going.
But this is what they do. Somebody got mad. The truth hurts.
It's only 10 minutes.
The truth hurts. That's crazy. But this is where we at now. You know, even these apps, they're against us for telling the truth. The truth hurts.
We love TikTok Shop. Y'all post that in the chat. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. I guess we ain't say that enough today. I love TikTok Shop. It says your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility. Let me put myself on camera. Feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. Reason misinformation that may cause moderate harm. What is the fruit bean? Black love. Can you tell me? I be seeing people do that. What that mean? I'm like genuinely asking. I be seeing people do that. What that mean when you put the fruit in the? Help me out. You know I'm new. I don't understand everything. But Sister Keisha, keep cooking. Oh well, it is what it is. We gonna keep. It's only 10 minutes, they said. So might as well
But
cook
we
for the
love
10 minutes.
TikTok shop.
Right. We love TikTok shop. But go ahead and cook for the. You know what I'm saying? Cook. Keep cooking. Keep
But I'm
cooking.
gonna have my popcorn with lots of butter, watching the news. So this is where it's at. You know, with these politicians here in the city of New York too. A lot of them in certain communities, whether it's Little Caribbean or Little Senegal or even Little Italy, right? They have a particular a demographic that they cater to. And so anybody outside of that, they really don't cater to that much unless you make it a point that they do that, right? So, for example, in Little Italy, right? They represent the business district of Little Italy, but they also represent the criminal element of Little Italy, right? But the community works cohesive that you can't come in, meaning none of us who look like us can come in and do what we want, right? Unless you get a say so from the community. Case in point, Little Italy is down lower Manhattan, connected to Soho. There was a foundational Black American family who had a restaurant. It was an upscale French soul food restaurant, right? Very beautiful place. The ambiance was great. The food was great. The community board worked to get her removed out of that neighborhood because she didn't represent the makeup of that neighborhood. And she went through a lot of strife to try to hold on to her restaurant, her and her husband, right? But they got them up out of it. When it comes to us, we let everybody come in the mix. Everybody can set up their businesses and sell to us, whether it's Asians, whether it's Latinos, whether it's the hats, whoever. You know, and everybody is allowed to rock. But as soon as we say it's a problem, oh, now, you know, we love TikTok shop. It's a problem. So that's what's happening, especially in places like New York. New York is, listen, you got little Haiti, Little Caribbean, Little Russia, Little Italy, Chinatown, Little Senegal. You got Sunset Park, Little Asia over there. But it's one community in Brooklyn that you don't play with. And they don't play either. When the migrants came over, they set them up in these encampments in Floyd Bennett Field Park. And Floyd Bennett Field Park connects to Marine Park. They had a press conference and they said, you got to get these folks up out of here. And they shut that down immediately. Mayor Eric Adams shut that down. Marine Park don't play. Now, you can find Black people who live in Brooklyn. Ask them. You know where Marine Park is at? They can't tell you because they don't go over there. Ain't nothing for you over there. If you don't know nobody, if you're not going to a doctor's appointment, you better hightail it up out of here. I went to school in that neighborhood. You know, that's where Little Russia is at. You know, the hats are at. And very well-to-do ones at that. So they don't let any and everything run around in their neighborhoods. You don't see liquor stores. You don't see those things over there. You don't see like these little Chinese restaurants and stuff. You don't see that over there. You don't see that over there. And believe you me, as you come into the neighborhood, you are being watched. When you leave the neighborhood, you are being watched. I know because I went to high school over there. And at the time when I was going to high school, you know, you had to be gifted to go to that school over there. If you ask Black Americans here in New York, how many of y'all went to Madison High School? They can't tell you because it was a gifted program. You had to have a level of, you better be an A student, let me just put it that way, to go to school over there. And we had fights all the time. Fights all the time. You know? But now in our neighborhood, everybody comes in. Everybody comes in. And it's a free-for-all. The crime rate raises, and they'll blame us. The quality of life goes down, they'll blame us. But it wasn't that way before the influx came in. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. Brother Devon, you got anything?
Yeah, to that direct point, what you were just talking about, I was remembering a book that I read, The Color of Law. Let me go look at it so I can get the actual author for the people. It's The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein, talking about the small hats, right? But in this book, great read, by the way, it talks about what you just talked about and how they systemically set that up, right? Because there's different laws that apply based on the what do they call it? Essentially like the districting rules, right? So if you designate an area as a residential area only, there's different rules and laws that apply for their communities since they're only set up a residential versus our communities that are set up as residential and commercial. And so when an area is residential, you can then enforce certain laws and policies and statutes that say, hey, they shouldn't be over here if they don't live here or know someone that lives here because it's a residential area. But when it's a mixed area like residential and or commercial, because you have the commercial businesses there, then anyone is welcome there because they could be there to solicit the businesses. And that's how they used the system itself to code our neighborhoods to be easier to infiltrate and to have access to run amok and run around in versus how they set up their businesses. Set up their residential areas to where there's no businesses and you have to go to a business district away from their homes in order to find the commercial areas that have different policies and laws that can be pushed and enforced there. So it's just interesting when you look at some of those areas like you talked about, like Marine Park, like a Bensonhurst, right? Like a Bay Ridge. When you think about these areas and how meticulously the residential homes are separated and kept far away from the businesses, and you juxtapose that with our communities where you have an apartment building, maybe even a home, and then on that same block, you'll have that liquor store that you talked about, and you got apartments above the liquor store, right? And so it's just a mixed area, and they can come and go as they please.
That's crazy. I got to get that book. That's insane. But that's how they operate, though. Yep. So now, compound that with the illegal situation that we have in our communities, that they are allowed to set up businesses in our communities, right? How are they doing that? You got to look at the fact that, they don't have a credit score. So they starting with a clean slate when they get these loans. Now, I personally witnessed at the bank near me, a man walk in with a letter, and it looked based on what I was looking at, because I have the same thing. He had an EIN number, and I guess he was trying to set up a business account, but he couldn't speak the language. So he had somebody with him to translate what he wanted to say. And I'm looking at all of these black people who are coming in and out of this bank, handling their business, doing what they do. And nobody is paying attention to this person who just came in to open up a business account with a number, because in order to get that number, you have to have identification. This whole thing of these folks are getting licenses, CDLs. This is a lot. And that's why I say, this is the biggest game of 3-card Monte I ever seen. It's like hand over fist, people are getting money in criminality. Something has to be done. And so I'm all in favor, for what's about to come down the pike. And they better get their children and take them with them or figure it out. Because they got, now 6 days. Because we after 12 midnight. So they got 6 days to get it together. And I'll land there.
Yeah, somebody asked that specific question. How many more days did they have? So thank you so much for that. So let's see where we at. Oh, you mentioned the fact that they are, naming these different communities, with their stamp and everything. And, look, if, the double-edged sword of that is that now they know exactly where to find you. You told them. ICE is going to go straight to Little Haiti. It's not even, and if I remember when the rest of the Caribbeans were upset at Little Haiti because they wanted to name parts of East Flatbush to be Little Haiti instead of Little Caribbean. I remember that fight between the two of them. So, but like I said, because you guys are so, trying to change the name of everything and put and name streets after people you murdered. Y'all murdered Dessalines. And I love TikTok shop. I really love TikTok shop. Y'all murdered Dessalines. Chopped the, chop suey and drug him through the streets. I love TikTok shop. But now when you come here, you know what I'm saying, you want to forget that history and name a street after him, do that over there. And I don't think he wants it over there after the way y'all treated him. Why would he want y'all to honor him? Y'all couldn't honor him when he was alive. And y'all ain't got nobody to blame but yourselves. You can't be like, oh, the U.S. government did it. No. You did that all on your own. Okay? And so, let me see. Anything else that we didn't talk about? Let's see. I'm trying to run through the list. Birthright citizenship. We talked about that. Illegals. Oh,
I gotta run downstairs for a second.
Oh, well, you might want to hurry up and come back because we about to talk about illegals and childcare. Maybe I'll wait till you come back for that one.
All right, go ahead. I can still hear it, but go ahead.
Okay. They was talking about they got illegals in childcare. Wait, hold up. Are y'all doing background checks? Because for me, when I worked in schools, I had to have an extensive background check. How can you have people that are temporary protective status that could leave at any moment in time? You know what I'm saying? Be in childcare. That just seems absolutely asinine to me that you would have that. And again, this is treason against American children. No wonder we have such issue with all of these things. And I remember during the vid, we love TikTok shop. I remember during the vid when they were trying to bring Dominican teachers over to New York. And I feel like they did bring a whole bunch of Dominican teachers over to New York. And so again, this presents issues when it comes to, what's going on. It's like they want to just push us out of every single industry and bring over illegals to or people on TPS status to replace us. And it's absolutely ridiculous. President Devine, you have anything to say about that?
I forgot what the context of that conversation was, but it's I'll say this: the blatant hypocrisy and the double standard for which they allow them to operate while holding us to the fullest extent of the law, and fullest extent of this high standard. What was happening is something that, I mean, I want to call it hypocrisy, but that almost seems like a word that just doesn't bring it justice, because it's like, when you get a Roland and his flunkies to talk about how us detailing the documented harms backed by data that immigration is a net negative to foundational Black Americans, all of a sudden, that's like white supremacy. But when you have these other groups that get with left-wing white tea supremacy and get the passes that we have never received, no one talks about how that's white tea supremacy. No one talks about that. No one highlights how they are aligning with white tea supremacy to get these set-asides and resources. No one's bringing that up. No one's pathologizing them with that in the same way that they pathologize us. And it's tiring. It's old. It's played out. And we are no longer blindly supporting it. Those days, as well as all the other days that we are no longer subscribing to, are dead and gone.
That's right.
That's it.
We coming to the end of my notes here. So the other thing, when Kiesha was talking about, because I forgot this, I had wrote it. This was an extra note. When Kiesha was talking about her in the cab, right, and how he was saying that how Black people are usually the ones that stiff him on the fare. There was a video that came out last week. Oh, thank you so much. There was a video that came out last week where it was a white T dude who skipped out on the fare. He was outside the car. Did y'all see that? He was outside the car cussing and screaming in Creole. And the white T people was just around. They didn't help. They didn't try to stop the guy. They didn't try to help him or nothing. They just let him run off on the fare. So, they always want to talk about us, but they never have no smoke for the white T people and what they're doing to them. And so the next thing I wanted to talk about was when she talked about the international community and what could they do against the Supreme Court here in the United States of America. Not a goddamn thing. We are Big Mama when it comes to the UN. And I've said this before. We are Big Mama. This is Big Mama's house. Okay? And we are Big Mama, meaning the United States of America. Right? And so there is nothing that the UN could do against us because we are Big Mama. We are the one who feeds the UN. We are the one who you know what I'm saying, tells the UN what to do. The UN don't tell us what to do. So how you going to sit there and try to, they said the only thing we could do, right? They had to admit that there's nothing that the UN could do. The only thing they could do is try to appeal to, Sister Kiesha. Okay. So the only thing they could do is try to appeal to the community and see if they would speak out. Because that was the only thing that they could do. And so, it's very interesting, the I don't even know what to call it, like the unmitigated gall, the delusion that these people have that there is somebody else to call on this government, and then they said, it's an American thing. No. Looking out for U.S. citizens is an American thing. Looking out for people who have temporary protected status is a Haitian thing, or whatever country we're talking about that has that particular status. That is, you guys are citizens and constituents of said country. That's y'all's problem. It is not an American thing. You guys have anything you want to add about that?
Yeah, I would just say that with that concept, right? With them talking and with her talking the way in which she was talking, is very evident that and I said this before, that that they've read their own press to their detriment. And that's a saying from sports, right? So that you don't get too high or too low, because the public is going to crucify you when you're a public athlete, or a public figure that's an athlete. And so you never read your own press. And unfortunately, this group of people have read their own press to the point where they believe that there's always going to be a next step with which they get to stay. And it's going to sink in. It's just going to take a little longer than it should, but it's going to sink in. And
Brother Divine too.
okay.
Where these other countries? They not complaining the way that the Haitians are. The Syrians, Burma is on the list.
Yeah.
I believe Ethiopia is on the list. Yemen, South Sudan. I forget the rest. But who are on that list? You don't hear them whining.
At all.
You gotta go back. But again, this particular group, the Haitian, they're leaning into our legacy and hoping that saves them. But it's not going to work this time.
Not at all. And on top of that too, now they're starting to see exactly what it looks like to be us, right? And what it really takes to get change enacted in this country. What do you do when there's nobody left to tell? When there's nobody left to go, when there's no more, I want to speak to your manager. When they looking in your eye and they telling you, I am your manager, B. See, that's a whole nother level of resolve that they do not have. They have been weighed, measured, and have come up lacking. And so when we got to the final boss and the final manager, and there was nobody left to call, and we still didn't like the levels of customer service that we were given, it was time to burn the whole down. Oh, okay. So you're not going to give us the customer service that we need? You the manager? All right, then you're going to have to look for a job in the morning, because your job is not going to exist. And they just don't got that type of time on their wrist, in their pocket, on their phone. That's just not who they are. And when we talk about, I'll land here, when we talking about the Haitians specifically, too many of them are trying to claim the legacy of those that rebelled in 1804, when they are really the descendants of those that killed the leader of the rebellion in 1806.
We love TikTok shop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We love TikTok shop.
Right.
We love TikTok shop.
I'm sorry.
Put that in the chat, y'all. Put that in the chat, y'all.
I thought I was on the bridge for a second.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Unalived the leader of that rebellion in 1806, just 2 short years later.
2 years. That's how quick they forgot who helped them out. And that's the thing. It's not surprising how they treat us, because look what they did to their own. In 2 years, they forgot that this man helped them overthrow one of the strongest military powers in the Europe. I'm getting my Tweety on. Military powers in Europe. In 2 years, they forgot. And murdered this man and ran his body through the streets. So these are not people that have are thankful, or who show homage, or any of that. None of that. It's not in their culture. And I hate to say that, but it's the history of the island. I ain't gonna use that word, But I'm just saying, it's not in there, and it's not in their culture to show reverence and thanks to people that helped them, including their own. President Divine, I'm sorry I cut you off. I just had to get that out.
No, it's done.
You know, that's the same thing, Brooke, that the Bahamians said.
Oh, that video you put up, I wish I could play it. I don't know if I know how to do that. I don't know if I know how to do it.
You know, they burn bridges everywhere they go.
Everywhere they go.
You know, the Bahamians said, well, we helped you. Now you got to be helped. And now you're talking reckless because a former politician, I think her name Daphne Steele or something like that, she had a press conference where she was asking the citizens of Florida to boycott the Bahamas because the Bahamas refused to extend their TPS for those folks there. And the people of the Bahamas, you know, they spoke back and said, how dare you? And they said the same thing we're saying. Go fix your homeland. Go fix that. Don't worry about what we're doing. How dare you say that people should boycott the Bahamas because we're not cowing down to you? And those people in the Bahamas, they were right in his act. You know, Jamaica, they got rid of them too. You can't just show up on people's shores and expect them to take you in. You didn't come in through the proper legal channels, but you want these countries, including the U.S., to have empathy for you, endless empathy. Yo, that is wild to me. That is just wild. Another video, a woman from the DR, Dominican Republic. She said the same thing. Like, what we doing here? But everybody, you know, they want the United States to be the flatbed for everybody. That ain't how it works in our land is.
I'm trying to see if I can bring it up, Kiesha. I don't know. Let me see. I'm trying to, cause that Bahamian video, y'all gotta follow my basis Kiesha on all her social media. But I'm about to play it from YouTube right now because that was a gem right there that she put up. Hold on, let's see if I could get it. I think I could. You know what? I'm just gonna play the sound. I think it'll let me do that.
Yeah, you can play the audio.
Yeah, I'll just play the audio. Okay.
All do is
Can y'all hear it?
sure every industry to make
Yeah,
sure
we
to
can.
boycott
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna start it over.
all cruises. All do is to make sure every industry to make sure to boycott Bahamas. Boycott Bahamas to stop this discrimination against Haitian children.
Don't speak her fucking crazy.
Ooh.
State Representative Daphne Campbell, who accuses the Bahamas of being inhumane in its new immigration policy. The policy requires foreigners to have a passport of their nationality as well as a residential stamp. Campbell is advising companies, cruise ships and individuals not to do business with the Bahamas. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Immigration, the Honourable Fred Mitchell, calls Ms. Campbell's comments foolish and based on false information.
We have known for some time that she was about to make some statement or press conference because it's been widely promoted in the social media. So our diplomats in Florida were authorized to reach out to her office to disabuse her of any notions with regard to this. She and her office ignored any entreaties, refused to accept any of the information. So essentially it appears that she just decided to stick to her story. This question of children being discriminated against in the Bahamas. It's all foolishness, utter lies. The question of boycotts and all the rest of that, that's always a two-edged sword. Bahamians spend $1 billion in the Florida economy a year, so if we want to go down that road, we can, but that's not the road we are employing. The fact is the policy stands. They can dance on the table as much as they want, make as much noise as they want. The policy stands.
In a statement posted on her Facebook page, Representative Campbell claimed to have seen pictures of children being handcuffed. However, there is no evidence that children were in fact handcuffed. ZNS News will continue to follow this story.
Bahamians are still outraged over Daphne Campbell's recent comments surrounding the execution of the Bahamas' new immigration policy, and she's calling for cruise ships to boycott the Bahamas as a result. Well, our news team spoke with a number of people today who talked about their initial reaction after seeing the video clip of her press conference for the first time. A number of them said they had to watch the video at least twice before because they couldn't believe what they had heard.
It's disgraceful. It's unthankful. They are just not right. This country, the Bahamas, has done too much for the Haitians. And that's the reason why they're here up until today. We did so much for the Haitians, where we could have bought lawnmowers and cut our own grass because we tried to empower them. We give them the businesses. Okay, and to hear that lady get up on the radio and try to stop business from coming into this Bahamas, it's disgraceful. Now, there's no discrimination against Haitian children. The Haitians ran out the house or around the surroundings and left their children. If anything, they should be prosecuted. The parents should be prosecuted. Ms. Daphne, you know what she's talking about. You know, our laws have to be enforced. If we have an immigration problem, Miami has the same problem. They have a wet and dry situation for the Cubans. Why she isn't making noise about the Haitians having a wet and dry situation in the U.S.? We have to run the Bahamas. It's a small rock. This is for Bahamians and not for foreigners.
She's not a Bahamian. Okay, I know she's been in the Bahamas before. Why would she say it against us?
I feel she should get together with some of our other counterparts and go to Haiti and try to make a difference there, so that when their people return, they would have some sort of livelihood and something that they could return to.
Why don't you try to help build up Haiti? Make Haiti a better place so the Haitians wouldn't have to be running to the Bahamas. And furthermore, she mentioned about the children. The children obviously has parents. And the children were not here before the parents. The parents came here and then the children. The parents came here illegal. They were wrong. So then we're supposed to make it right with the children? No, I beg to differ.
You don't come here and then you're going to try to take over. I create the same situation over there like you're doing here. She knows what she can do with what she's got to say. She can do the next best thing and use tissue, as far as I'm concerned.
Get the hell out of the Bahamas. That's what I say.
Well, Prime Minister Christie is standing behind the immigration policy of the Bahamas. He said a recent meeting with Haitian pastors revealed their support in ensuring the policy is enforced and Haitians go to the embassy to get their passports. Mr. Christie pointed out that there are many Bahamians with other nationalities mixed in their blood, and the aim is to treat everyone fairly. Mr. Christie says he spoke with the Haitian president to inform him that the immigration policy stands. The Prime Minister also responded to the Florida lawmaker Daphne Campbell of Haitian descent, who publicly asked for people to boycott the Bahamas.
We must be relentless in protecting, but we must never lose sight of how we govern and how the world will look at us. So when this lady talks absolute nonsense about boycotting the Bahamas, absolute nonsense about boycotting the Bahamas, all she is doing is feeding resentment and response. Not progressive. The same as when the Cubans say boycott. Same thing.
People not playing.
Yep, yo, like I said, y'all gotta follow my big sis Kiesha on Instagram. I'm gonna put it in the chat because she don't be playing around. Let me try to find that window before something else start playing, and I don't want that to happen. Okay, good. It just stopped. Perfect. Let me close out the window. Yeah, they not playing, and y'all gotta see that. Y'all have to see it with your own eyes. And that she said we could cut our own grass. I second that. We could drive our own cabs. You know what I'm saying? We could drive our own cabs. People who want to pick up a little extra money, they could drive the cabs. We don't need you to drive cabs. You can't understand us anyway. Look how you treating Kiesha when she be in there with in the cab. You know what I'm saying? So we have come to the end of my notes. So Sister Kiesha, President Divine, y'all have any Any final thoughts? Now's the time in the chat if you want to come up with questions or, you know what I'm saying, to talk about anything. Thank you so much for the gifts. We so appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all like the live and gift the panelists because Kiesha and President Divine both have full-time jobs and we still be doing this. So make sure y'all gift them, and I appreciate all the gifts. You know, I appreciate everything you send me. I'm gonna put their cash apps in the chat right there while we get the last thoughts and get up out of here.
Let me just say that thank you for inviting me to your live. We had a good time. Can't wait for us to do it again. But just get your popcorn, get ready. 6 days. Let's see what happens. I'm excited. Get your ice cream, sit on the couch and chill out.
6 days.
And we'll see you on Thursday on the Brooklyn Bridge.
President Divine?
Yeah, I just, the last thing I'll say is for all those that, well, we can't really have any adversaries to delineation because we don't need your permission. It's going to happen anyway. But just in case you were confused about who is who, when you can find out and figure out who has TPS and who has PPS, you won't be confused anymore. Your status is temporary, ours is permanent. So when you can figure that difference out between the two of those, then you know exactly what delineation is about and who delineation distinguishes from who. And I'll land there.
That was hilarious. He said PPS. Yes, we are permanent here in this country, and so never forget that. And that's the problem. And you bite the hand that feeds you. You, like I said, you did it with Desaline, and you're doing it here. And so that's just what it is. I don't see anybody that has any questions, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. I thank you so much for everybody being here today. I'm gonna try to bring you more of these Zooms that I could be a fly on the wall for, so we can discuss and see what they planning and what they doing. Because it is important for us to know what they're doing. And so I'm sure there will be more. In 6 days is when TPS status is over and they have to leave. Somebody asked, what is TPS status? So that's what's happening in 6 days. That is the end of it. That's the end. That's the longest. That's all they got to be here for, 6 more days. So like I said, I thank you guys for joining us, and we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna try to bring you more of these lives as the Zoom meetings happen, and so because I don't see any more questions, let me do my shout outs to everybody before we get up out of here. What up, Dr. Williams? What up, Queen Black? What up, Black Love? What up, I Am My Ancestors' Dreams Come True? I love that name. What up, Riri? What up, Solo? What's up, Black Mood? Dem, Veronica, Donna B, Sage. What up, Sage? Is that D Sage? What up, Sage? Why you ain't come up? You probably doing mad things. You always be doing a lot of stuff at the same time. Hello, Elisha Muhammad. Thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. Hello, Chef P. Yo, I'm hungry as hell right now. I'm about to go get me something to eat. What up, Can't See? What up, Goddess Aquila? What up, Man Time? What up, P Dim? Shauna Blaze, Fresh Life, Good Skin Shop, Black Delegation, Cool Fu. Okay, that's interesting. Lotto and Wade. What up, Wade? You know what I'm saying? I think you just now popping in. You missed the whole live. You know what I'm saying? I would have definitely loved to hear your take on some of the things that we were talking about, but we'll have to do that another time because I got to get up out of here. I love you so much, guys. We got up to 136K likes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all. And y'all follow my new YouTube channel. I did put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat again. Follow my new YouTube channel. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm almost there. So it's Breuck with an S, because my page without the S is shadow banned. So I have to finagle my way around the shadow banning. So help me out with that. I really appreciate it. I feel like TikTok is kind of shadow banning me too. They saw, how crazy one of my posts went, and they trying to make sure that the other ones don't do that either. So y'all make sure y'all check me out from the new TikTok post that I put up, because I've been working very, very hard, burning night oil, getting this content out to you guys, and I really appreciate the support. And like I said, I think they're really trying to suppress the TikTok, because one of them went crazy and all the rest of them not so much. So I just feel like they're doing something to stop it. You know what I mean? But I think that is it. I love you guys so much. I appreciate everything. Make sure y'all send them cash apps. I put their cash apps in the chat. And I am out of here. If I could figure out how to get out. I think I'm just gonna hit the X. I think that's what I did last time. All right, y'all. Love y'all. Bye. Oh, and that page down there, there is my backup page, right? Yeah, I can't won't let me go down. That's my backup page. So I love y'all. Bye. Okay, so y'all was asking about my Juneteenth shirt that I made. Okay, I got shirts for y'all. I got women's t-shirts and men's t-shirts. I worked hard. I found a really good supplier with really good quality t-shirts. So go to evenmelanin.com and pick you up a Juneteenth t-shirt today. They come in red and royal blue. Newly added navy blue. Keep watch, because more t-shirts will be coming over time, because I got a lot of ideas. You know what I mean? Pick up your t-shirt today by going to evenmelanin.com. Thank y'all for watching. Like, share, and subscribe. It helps me in the algorithm. Love you. Bye.